Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Wangertsman. Today is Friday, January 24th, 2025, and this is the Public Act 23-169 hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. For the record, Mr. Stanley, the state of Connecticut passed and made effective October 1st, 2023, the Public Act 23-169. It's an act concerning parole eligibility for an individual serving a lengthy sentence for a crime committed before the individual reached the age of 21 and criminal history records erasure. You fall under this act, and this means that you were under the age of 21, that the board shows give great weight to the diminished culpabilities of juveniles as compared to adults, the hallmark features of youth, and any subsequent growth and maturity you displayed while we're reviewing you for suitability today. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certified they've reviewed all statutorily required documents in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Good morning, Panamember Rodriguez.
Also present this morning, we have Attorney Arnold Amore. Attorney Amore, can you please state your name, your juris number, and your business address for the record?
Yes, and good morning to the panel. My name is Arnold Amore, last name spelled A-M-O-R-E. I'm an assistant public defender with the Connecticut Innocence Project Post-Conviction Unit. My business address is 55 Farmington Avenue, 8th floor, Hartford, Connecticut, 06105, and my juris number is 440578.
Thank you very much. Also present this morning, we have State's Attorney John Doyle. Attorney Doyle, you can also please do the same and state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Yes, please. And good morning to the board. John Doyle, 235 Church Street, New Haven, Connecticut, from the Office of the State's Attorney in New Haven. My juris number is 415543. And thank you and good morning.
Thank you. Also present this morning, we have Office of Victim Services Representative Ms. Vasquez. Mr. Stanley, can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Kevin Stanley, 157568.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing in accordance with Chapter 14, Freedom of Information Act, Connecticut General Statute 1-200, which applies to this procedure. Mr. Stanley, if you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the attention of the panel at this time. Again, this is a public hearing. Mr. Stanley, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
And are you willing to proceed with the hearing at this time?
She asked if you're willing to proceed with the hearing.
Yes.
Thank you. As previously stated, this is a Public Act 23-169 hearing. It's being conducted in consideration of a parole application for Kevin Stanley, inmate number 157568. Mr. Stanley is serving a sentence of 61 years flat, with no probation to follow, for murder, carrying a pistol without a permit, and assault in the second degree. There is victim input in this case. There is also an offender accountability plan in place. It has been reviewed and shows that he has completed alternatives to violence, both basic and advanced, voices, along with life skills courses regarding domestic violence, parenting, anger management, offender corrections, personal response, cognitive awareness, and employment courses. He also reportedly completed the SRG program and currently maintains a job assignment. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls in the moderate range for recidivism. Mr. Stanley, this is now your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, and you may begin.
On November 7th, 1989, I got into an altercation with Javon Green over a broken car window. On that day, I was 18 years old, and I shot Mr. Green 3 times. I have regret killing Javon Green for the last 35 years. My actions that day were senseless and irresponsible. I would like to apologize to Javon Green's family, friends, and loved ones. It's difficult to come to a grip with the fact that I've taken the life of another human being. My biggest regret is knowing, because of my crime, Javon family members, loved ones will no longer be able to have him at family events. He cannot grow old with his siblings, but most importantly, his mother is no longer able to hug him and tell her son that she loves him whenever she wants to. Carrying that reality for all of these years has been the hardest thing I had to face. No one deserved to experience that pain and hurt. I'm ashamed of my actions, It took a long time for me to gather up enough courage to admit that I am responsible for causing so much pain to everyone affected by my action. There aren't enough words to express the remorse I feel about my actions. When I first entered the parenting system, I was young and without a doubt uneducated, without the toll it would take on not just my life, but also Javon's Green's family life. I have dealt with years of regret. I made a bad decision and regret that I wasn't more mature and responsible at the time. When I reflect on my actions from the night of that crime, I feel ashamed. I embarrassed my family and community by taking another human being's life. I made an ignorant, impulsive, immature decision to use violence as a means of settling a dispute instead of communicating like a mature person with a daughter on the way. My crime destroyed two families. As a result of this experience, I am sincerely remorseful. I can't change the past, but I can change the future by what I've learned throughout the years and what I do today. I've been looking back at all the major decisions of my life and now have some insight as to why I always went the wrong way. Even the decisions that appear to have been right were made for the wrong reasons. I grew up with two sisters and one brother in the city project in New Haven. That was a dog-eat-dog world. I was living my life like a lot of teenagers in felon communities. I was living on a day-to-day basis, hustling, selling drugs, carrying guns without a permit, fighting all the time, and carrying on in life without a cause or purpose. No world existed outside of the environment where I lived. There were no hopes of a better future. There were no great memories of yesterday. There was only living with survival of the fittest as an everyday mentality. How was I to change at this stage of my lifestyle that so many in my community have been living? I had no idea of there ever being alternatives that I could choose from. The only thing I seemed to care about was getting a reputation. I had no guidance or anyone to teach me how to be a man. At 19 years old, I was sentenced to 60 years for murder and sent to a hostile prison full of adults who did not care what you were there for or what they could do to help you. Inmates was getting raped, robbed, stabbed. I witnessed an inmate being set on fire in his cell. Excuse me. At that time, I felt like programs couldn't help me or keep me alive, but keeping a shank or razor on me at all times will. If I felt threatened or disrespected by staff or inmate, catching a DR was the results. I've caught 74 tickets in 35 years, from assault, fighting, arson, contraband, assault on staff. Fighting became normal for me. It was the way I gained my respect and defend myself. I was angry all the time. I would be lying if I told you change came easy for me. It took for my oldest son and nephew to get murdered for me to realize that every choice that I made in life affected everyone connected to me. That was enough to make me stop using violence as a means to settle the disputes. I have made strides to become a much stronger and better person than I was 35 years ago. As the years have passed, I have grown and matured. I have gone from a young negative kid into a grown positive individual. To change what I was getting in life, I knew I had to stop what I was doing. I had to go through some personal changes of my own and learn how to use this prison environment to better myself. I had to learn to get along with people from all walks of life, diffuse hostile tensions to make situations better for not just myself, but others around me. I had to learn to walk away from conflicts. Change needed to come from within, and for me it did. Change had to be desired and sought after with the understanding that my worst decisions is not what defines me. A program that lasts 8 weeks is a good thing in concept, but it can't address the desire to want to grow past one current state of being. It has to start before any program. It has to be an internal choice, a choice backed by clear action. It should be understood that I also acknowledge the benefits of programs as tools for your life. I'm very appreciative for some of the programs in place. While incarcerated, I have completed Voices, ABP Level 1 and 2, the parenting course, anger management, domestic violence, offender correction, personal responsibility, cognitive awareness, the employment course, worked in the kitchen, worked in clothing factory, trash collector, hall janitor, laundry. The two programs with the most impact was Voices and AVP. The Voices program was an eye-opener. Some important information that I learned from this program was the struggle victims go through. I learned to redefine what a victim is and that more people are affected by my crime than what I thought. This program helped me understand that so many people were affected by my actions, starting with Javon Green, who was the direct victim of this murder. Also his family and loved ones, because they suffered the loss of their family member. It also taught me that the people in the community were victims as well, because everyone in the area either heard about what occurred or seen what occurred through the news or newspaper. My crime could have psychological effect just by finding out these things happen so close to their home. It truly showed me that I was involved with causing a lot of people pain. AVP, what I learned from this program is how to manage confrontational situations without emotions or your ego, so that each person can speak freely in order to come to a conclusion where we both understand what the situation is about. It also taught me that when you have good self-esteem and feel secure about yourself, you don't respond to others' anger. People who anger you can't control you. But if you stay relaxed and cool-headed, you are in control. These skills are skills I can apply for the rest of my life. Working taught me how to get along with people from all walks of life. Work ethics, how to be independent, how to save money. Most importantly, how to deal with an angry boss. I started programs so I could better equip myself with different tools to combat any challenge I may face. Also to continue to be a successful person in prison, but more importantly in society. I have learned a lot from the programs I participated in and completed. But more importantly, I learned everything starts with positive thoughts, result in positive attitude, positive action. I also wanted different methods to help someone. What works for me might not work for the next person. So I have options to say, try this instead. I made up my mind years ago that violence isn't the way to solve issues. It's just a momentary release at that moment that causes damage in multiple directions. And sometimes that damage lasts for years. So these programs and the things that I have learned are for me to continue my success, but also make a difference in others. And that can trickle down through the community. As the years have passed, I had a lot of time to think about how I could change my life in order to prevent another teenager from making the same bad decision that I made. A bad decision that caused a lot of unnecessary pain to a family that did not deserve it. Speaking to the young people about this is something that I have learned to do very well and is an important part of my reformation. I plan to advance my education to include a degree in human service. Example, I will be utilizing programs such as Emerge to gain first-hand experience alongside Roger Johnson, who works at Emerge, because I believe that real-life experience combined with a degree will allow me to enter some doors and sit at some tables with people who have the power to effectuate change in our communities. Not only a few from our neighborhood, but a larger group of our community that need guidance, mentorship, a leader, a father figure, a big brother, someone who looks like them, who really have vested interest in their success. I believe that the youth in our urban communities can and will benefit from the knowledge that I have developed in these last 35 years of incarceration, virtually a lifetime of sitting, talking, eating, working, and associating with both hardened convicts and people who made impulsive decisions that changed people's lives forever. A split-second decision caused the loss of a man's life and caused me to be sentenced to 60 years at 19 years old. I know my experience can help others. If given an opportunity by the board, I know I could be just as productive in the community, engaged, speaking to the younger generation about my experience with the hope on passing on positive knowledge that can potentially help some of those younger individuals change their course of action and act rationally instead of impulsively. I plan to continue to seek speaking engagement next to William Outlaw and Tyrone Whitaker, former inmates that's that is a part of a reentry program called Connecticut VIP, Violence Intuition Program, who are currently involved in the community and agencies who focuses on reducing crime, violence, incarceration, and recidivism. I would also like to share with this board that my family and friends supported me throughout my confinement, for which I am grateful. If I'm granted parole, I'm asking the board to send me to a halfway house in New Haven. I have employment provided for me working at Fab Mechanical, a successful plumber company in New Haven, owned by Henry Smith. I will be an apprentice plumber. This is a good job that pays $38,000 a year. I would be paid to work in the morning and go to school in the afternoon for 4 years. I would then take the state exam to become a journeyman plumber. In closing, I would like to apologize again to Javon Green's family, friends, and loved ones. I can't apologize enough for the pain I caused. Words of apology from me aren't anything if action isn't behind it. Therefore, all I can do is take the second chances given and pay it forward. If I could prevent a young man or young woman from experience what I've experienced, or another family from experience what Javon's family experienced, I would gladly pay it forward. I can't forget why I began this journey to become a better person. Closing, I would like to thank the board of parole for the opportunity to be heard. Most importantly, I would like to thank Dr. Jocelyn Hall and my attorney, Arnold Moore, for their help and time, and my beloved brother, Henry Smith, for his employment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stanley. We're going to move right into questions because we only have 90 minutes for this hearing. We're seeing 3 other people today. So we'll begin with my colleague, Ms. Chance.
So, Mr. Stanley, can you hear me?
I can hear a little, but I got a problem with hearing with my left ear. So I might be asking you over and over what you said.
Doesn't go any further. Just speak up, Ms. Chance.
So, Mr. Stanley, you know, I'm gonna do a little quick summary and then ask you a few questions, okay?
Yeah.
So at the time when you committed this offense, you were on supervised release. And you ended up in a confrontation with the victim. Where did you get the gun? And why were you in possession of a gun?
I have possession of a gun.
There's an issue with hearing here. She's asking you where you got the gun and why you're in possession of the gun.
Well, at that time, I got the gun somewhere in the streets. And at that time, I was carrying the gun because of the reputation that I had. I used to always have a gun to protect myself.
But you were just released in the community. Why would you be on community release and have a gun?
Well, at that time, I was released, or the community release, but I guess I wasn't trying to change my course of action then.
Okay, so you met with the victim and you got into an argument with him. What really precipitated you taking out the gun, shooting him, and then walking away?
Well, at that time, I was just more concerned about my younger brother and not the pain that I would be causing to the victim family.
But what was your concern? The victim just wanted to know, to ask your younger brother why he threw the rock at the victim's girlfriend's car.
But at that time, when I seen one little boy throw it over the fence, and I'm on the phone, and my brother came running in the laundromat, I felt like my brother was in danger because one young boy was already thrown over the fence, the leg was broken. So when my brother was being chased and came to me, I felt the same way. I felt like my brother was in danger.
What made you think that?
Because I just witnessed him throwing one little boy over the fence, breaking the little boy leg.
You saw the victim doing that?
Yes,
You saw him break another young person's leg?
yes. Gregory McCoy, that was the little boy name.
Okay, so, so you went for many years, before acknowledging what you did. And, it was a very long time. During that period, you had 59 DRs, and in your opening comment, you said you were angry for a very long time.
Yes,
So you filed an habeas with the court because at that time you were still in denial. What did you expect that habeas to do for you?
well, the habeas that I have I put numerous habeas in. I put in ineffective. I put in well, I expected to have relief because I felt like that my trial didn't go. I didn't have a fair trial. So when I put the habeas in, I was expecting them to acknowledge some of the wrong that the courts had did, especially like in my me not having my probable cause hearing in 60 days, having it in 94 days. Some of the things that the lawyer should have objected to, he didn't. And I don't remember.
Why you took it to trial? Did they make was there an offer on the table for you before you went to trial?
Well, when the offer was at the table, I told my lawyer. Huh?
What was it?
What was the offer?
I think 45 years.
And you did not accept it. Why?
Well, I didn't take the 45 years because I didn't know that the 45 years was for everything. I thought the 45 years at that time for one charge. And I told my lawyer I wanted to think about it. But at the time I was thinking about it, he had already put the paperwork in for me to go to trial.
And you still didn't think at that time that you could have stopped it?
Can't hear you.
You did not think at that time that you could have stopped the trial?
Well, he didn't never inform me about the trial until after I started picking my juries. Now, when I told him I want to think about it, the next time I seen him from them was 8 months after. I was going to court to pick my juries.
So, again, it took you a very long time before you started making any changes. When did you decide to take responsibility for this shooting? And what was the specific reason?
Well, for one, I got older. And with older
How many years did it take you?
Huh?
How many years did it take you?
It took me probably when I stopped catching tickets 10 years ago.
Today, how much time have you served?
35 years.
Okay, so for 25, it took you 25 years to take responsibility. Okay, and during that 25 years, you got the 59 DRs. And none of them, after you got all those tickets, none of them said to you, I'm doing something wrong. I need to change what I'm doing. What was it that occurred 10 years ago that made you change your mind?
Well, I knew in order for me to stop what I was getting, I had to stop what I was doing. And also when my nephew and my son passed, and I found out they passed because they was following my footsteps, that was enough also to make me change the things that I was doing.
So what happened to them? You said they passed?
Yeah, my son got murdered down south. My nephew got murdered in New Haven.
And so that occurred 10 years ago.
Yes.
So you now decide that you are going to take responsibility. So 10 years ago would have been in what, 2015?
Yes.
Okay. So during the last 10 years, okay, you have participated in programs. But before I do the programs with you, I want to ask you about just 2 years ago, you applied for a commutation.
Yes.
Okay. So your commutation was denied.
Yes.
Have you made any additional efforts during the last 2 years to demonstrate that you would be a suitable candidate today?
This was question. How about
No, I'm sorry, I'll repeat the question. Since your commutation was denied, what efforts have you made in the last 2 years to improve yourself?
Well, I haven't caught no tickets. I completed my programs. I've just been continuing to stay on the positive path, do what I have to do to show the board that I'm not that person I was 35 years ago.
Okay, so you in your opening comments, first of all, I just want to go back and say you earned your GED in 1990.
I know I was in the county jail, or because I know when I first came to jail, you had to, if you was under 21, you had to go to school. And I know it was either 90, 91, somewhere between there. 91, I was here. So it had to be between 90 or 89.
Okay, so I just wanted to commend you on that. You also indicated that the two programs that caused you to make some changes in your life were the Voices program.
Yes.
Now, when the parole officer interviewed you, you spoke very limited as to what you gained out of Voices. But today, in your opening statement, when you talked about the Voices program, you expand that, you learned about the impact to the victims and the community and the victim's family. And so what I want to ask is, over all this time that you were in there, why didn't it ever occur to you someone died, okay? And it had to take you 25 years. I'm really having difficulty with that, Mr. Stanley, trying to understand why it took you 25 years.
So the only answer to that is that I guess 25 years ago, I was still basically not ready to make that change. And I really don't know.
You also filed for a sentence modification in May of last year.
Covered that.
Yeah.
The commutation. Did I?
Oh, yes, it is modification.
Did I ask you about the sentence modification? I asked you about the habeas. And my reason for asking about all these, Mr. Stanley, is because I get the opinion that you were trying to find other means and other resources as opposed to focusing on changing your behavior, acknowledging the heinous crime that you did, and try to improve the quality of your life. And I asked you about those habeas and the commutation, and now the sentence modification, because that was just, as I said, in 2023. And so for me, your concerns seem to be focused on those areas as opposed to, putting the time in terms of really working on yourself. You took anger management, domestic violence, the cognitive awareness, the voices, and the AVP. I also, just want to acknowledge your job assignments for working in the kitchen, the clothing factory, being a hall monitor, and currently working in the laundry room. But what I want to ask you is, what about a vocational program? A vocational program.
Vocational program.
Well, the vocational program that I did take is not in my file. I did a vocational program. I did
Commercial cleaning.
Commercial cleaning.
Yeah, I did commercial cleaning back in '98. I don't understand why that's not in my file, and that my vocational score is still a level 4.
Right. But I was thinking there are many other vocational programs that you could have done in the last year that would have really helped you when you go back in the community. So, yes, I saw where you took that, but they offer a series of vocational programs there. And I'm just wondering why you didn't take the opportunity to participate in one of them.
Well, when I got here, to be honest, I just was trying to work. That wasn't like, I wasn't thinking about a vocational program, or even when I was at any other jails after I took that one in '98.
But if you were thinking about going back into the community, what kind of job do you think you are going to get? Because you never had a job, and you were basically only selling drugs. And you sold drugs to financially support yourself. And one of the other concerns that I had was, even though you did not use drugs, despite the fact that the PSI said you were drinking beer on a daily basis, which is what you had mentioned in the PSI. I think a tier 2 program, because you were selling drugs, would have been beneficial to you, considering that that's all you ever did. And what that would have done is provide you with some education on the negative impact of selling drugs, not just on the community, but the people that were actually using it. And for me, those were pretty serious things that you were doing to damage the community. And I just think getting some education in what drugs does to people who use and the community would have been helpful to you. So I have no further questions, Madam Chair. Thank you for answering my questions, Mr. Stanley.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleague covered a lot of ground, Mr. Stanley, already in this. Can you hear me pretty good now?
Can you hear Mr. Rodriguez?
Who?
Mr. Rodriguez is asking questions. He wants to know if you can hear him.
Yeah, a little
Yeah,
bit.
well, obviously you're having trouble hearing me because your attorney had to let you know what I was saying. I have very much the same concerns that my colleague has. Here you have an individual who's been there for 25 years, 35 years. It took you up to 2015 to come to the realization that, you had to kind of move on and grow up and mature. And then it took you another bit of time because you went through the commutation and you went through the sentence modification to get to the point where you figured out that you needed to do programming. And that gives me a lot of concern. I'm glad that you got the programming. I'm glad that you took the programming. And I think that's going to be beneficial to you at some point. But, you really waited a long time to be able to begin this rehabilitative start for yourself. And I have a lot of concerns about whether or not you're really ready at this point, because you just got this training stuff, this workshop stuff, to even begin to understand it for yourself. Because for us, we have to be sure that when you come out, you're going to be suitable to come out and that the community is going to be safe. And in your history, it doesn't reflect that, right?
Yes.
When the last time all this happened, you were out of supervision and you bought a gun, right? When you got out, when you were getting unsupervised release just to come out and to go back in the community. So I have a really strong concern about that. I think you're moving in a really good direction and in a positive direction for yourself. And I think that you're going to be able to use, it sounds to me from what your opening statement, that you're going to be able to maybe consider utilizing the skills that you've learned. I don't know whether you're there yet or not. And that kind of still concerns me. And again, we're looking for community safety in this and suitability and whether or not you really have the opportunity to really go through a rehabilitative effort. And then I don't really have a lot of questions, but I think my colleague covered a lot of ground. That's all I really have, Madam Chair. I thank you for listening to me this morning, and I wish you the best of luck.
So, Mr. Stanley, I get it. You came in at age 18 facing a 61-year sentence, and you described yourself as angry all the time. And that was true, because that's the behavior that we saw through the DRs. And it's concerning that you got another conviction 7 years into this sentence for more violence. But you haven't had a DR in 9 years. I understand why you weren't pursuing vocational, because in your mind, you didn't have any prospects of going out. These hearings didn't even evolve until 2023. So it makes sense that once you got your behavior under control, you were holding down a job. And it really sounds clear that you have a very solid work ethic. You talked about managing angry bosses and getting along with others and having tools to deal with the challenges at work. Tell me why you're focused on plumbing.
Well, that's part of my reentry plan, because that's something we also learned when I was taking commercial cleaning, and that's just something that I feel like I'll be good in. And I also have a guaranteed job when this is over.
Yes, I did see that, but so many people that we see in your situation plan to get a commercial driver's license. Some come out and want to be electricians or carpenters. I'm trying to understand why plumbing. But it's a connection to the commercial cleaning work that you did through vocational training.
What was the question?
The question is, why do you want to go into plumbing? Is that a connection to the vocational work that you did in commercial cleaning?
I mean, that's just something that I want to do. That's the work career I want to focus on. And that's what
I understand that. I'm just trying to get at why, but we can move on. I get that you were an angry child, that you had low self-esteem. Talk to me now about how you feel about yourself.
Repeat that again, please.
She asked, she understands that she had your low self-esteem as a child. She wants to know how you feel about yourself today or now.
Well, I feel that I have good self-esteem today. I feel real secure about myself.
Do you understand what was behind the anger?
Excuse me?
Do you understand what was behind your anger?
Probably, well, what was behind my anger probably was like the abuse coming from my mother and my father.
Do you feel like you've worked through that trauma?
Yes, I have.
What programs helped you with that?
Well, the programs that helped me with that was pretty much domestic violence talked about it, because it talks about how it can be emotional, spiritual, abusive. It kind of helped me with the root of my problem came from. It helped me a little bit.
I imagine it helped you appreciate the impact of domestic violence on children as you yourself experienced as a child, right?
Yes.
What was your takeaway from SRG? Because you started that when you got the assault second conviction.
What was your takeaway from SRG after you got the assault, a second conviction?
What was the what?
What was your takeaway from SRG after you got the assault second conviction?
What was my takeaway?
Yes. What did you learn?
Oh, well, what I learned from SRG is that even though I got in trouble after that, I really like the gang life. That really wasn't my family, the family that I thought they were. They wasn't. I was being used.
All right, sir, I have no more questions. We're going to turn it over to the Office of Victim Services. Ms. Vasquez?
Ms. Vasquez, or are you?
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. I do have two victims who would like to speak. At this time, I'm going to provide the opportunity to Mr. Hines to unmute yourself by pressing *6, and you are able to begin with your statement. Councilor Anastasio, are you there? Madam Chair, are you okay if I let the other victims speak?
Absolutely.
And then I'm going to call the counselor to see what's going on. Bear with me really quick. Thank you.
Miss Vasquez, I apologize. At this time, since Mr. Stanley's having a hard time hearing, we can have Officer Williams enter the room. She can turn the volume up on the TV, Madam Chair. if you'd like to
Absolutely.
do
Sure.
that. I'm sorry, Miss
That'd be
Vasquez.
No, it's okay. That's perfect.
Do
Thank
you
you.
mind grabbing Officer Williams? I think, oh, here she is. Hi, Officer Williams. Are you in? Can you please turn the volume up on the TV? Mr. Stanley's just having difficulty hearing.
So I believe it's on 100%, but I can try to turn on the closed caption.
Okay. Yeah. Fine. Thank you very much.
I'm standing, I'm just gonna slide over the thing. You could just lift your arm, Stanley. There we go. Right, this for me. Thank you. See, that's already high. Let me see. Do caption. I don't think it's, oh, show live caption. Can you speak?
Yes. Can you hear us? And are you seeing anything?
Yeah, it's on, but there's nothing typing.
Okay.
We have been running into that issue where this captions get turned on, but nothing appears.
Yeah, I don't, oh, hold on, let me see if I can do something else. Can you say something?
Yep. How about now? Anything?
No, I'm still not getting anything.
Well, that's okay.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah. Okay. That's all right. Thank you, Officer Williams. I appreciate your help.
He did have an issue previously, so he does have an issue with this hearing.
Okay. No problem.
Any way to move closer to the TV?
You can keep going.
You know, I'm sorry, Miss Vasquez. I apologize for that. When you're ready.
Thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to provide the opportunity to Reese Green to read his statement. Mr. Green, you're
Yes.
able to start with your statement. Thank you.
I don't have a statement to read, but I would like to touch bases on his opening statement, which if you listen to him, it was clearly written not by him. Because when he was asked questions from the panel, he struggled in answering those questions as if his back was against the wall. He said something about another kid when he murdered my brother was thrown over a fence or something of that nature. That is totally untrue. And if you also listen to what he said that at one point his brother came into the laundromat and told him something was going on. And then the next point he said he saw my brother throw some kid over a fence. It can't happen both ways, and that was something that never happened. Life is about choices. He chose that morning when he woke up to get dressed, take his pistol, and tuck it in his waist. He chose to shoot my brother, who was unarmed, posed no threat to him. He also had two other gentlemen with him. So for him to say that he was in some type of fear or something of that nature, it doesn't make any sense. Also, he says that, after 25 years, he started to reflect and somewhat take accountability for his actions. I don't get this. Now, I don't know all these SRGs and these different programs and things of that nature. One of the panelists spoke highly of him getting a GED, but if you listen, he had no choice because of the facility that he was in. He had to go for his GED. This wasn't something he chose to do. These programs and all these things are not things that I felt he wanted to do, and up until the last year and a half, 2 years, now they have these programs that are run by other inmates trying to help inmates get out of jail. This VIP program here, these are other convicts getting money from the government to get other convicts out of jail. He chose to do what he did. Nobody made him do that. And, he spoke on how, since he's been incarcerated, his son and his nephew were both killed and this, that, and the third. I want to touch on one very important thing. My brother was a son, brother, and a single father. And his goal at the time of his death was basically providing for his child. He left his passing left such a impact on my nephew, where my nephew suffered from depression and ultimately took his own life. So when you killed my brother, your actions put into place a downward trend for his son, who ultimately took his own life because he could not no longer deal with the depression that your actions put on him. And now we have all these programs and, we're going to help you get out of jail and we're going to do this. But what have you done to actually prepare yourself if you do get out of prison? If you're paroled back to New Haven, Connecticut. No one ever seems to think about the victims. What happens if you and I, our paths cross in a grocery store or something like that? And I've been speaking out against you for as long as I can. Does that mean I need to be in fear? It's just, I don't understand how this system, goes. If you kill somebody and you're sentenced to whatever, do your time. Your second chance should come at the end of your sentence. You're not remorseful. You're not sorry. You're making excuses. Everything it's your fault. You're the way you are because your parents didn't treat you right or whatever. These are just nothing but excuses. You've never taken accountability for your actions, and now you're trying to play on the system to get yourself out of the situation you put yourself in. And I just hope and pray that, the board of parole, this panel, they see you for what you really are and for who you really are, and, I just, I hope and pray that, do your time, finish your time. Along with me is my brother also. He just wanted to just chime in one quick second, if that's all right.
Go right ahead.
Yes, Rodney Williams. I just want to say this. We're in New Haven right now. 17-year-old kid last month get killed. There need to be consequences behind actions, and we can't feel like people shouldn't go to jail and do the time, because what happens is people keep committing crime knowing that these loopholes are there for them not to get out. When you look at this money that's being donated, what I'm trying to figure out is like, these guys are trying to get anybody out of jail. The state is funding these programs to get these people out of jail. Why don't they vet each person before they try to get them out of jail? Because the truth is this: everybody don't need to come home. And that's a fact. Everybody don't need to come home. Doesn't matter that you did 35 years. It took him 25 years to realize that he got to go another direction and stop doing what he's doing. Maybe he needs to stay there to mentor some of these young kids that's coming in there that got to do a lot of time and help them not do what he did. He's saying he's coming home to a job. Listen, there are people right in this city right now, no record, young black men right in our community. SAD need to hire them. Why they can't hire them? This long-winded speech that he gave, here's what I'm going to say. I was on the last one. He didn't say too much because I said to myself that I got a conscience. I don't want to go and go against somebody who went in there and changed their ways, that some people deserve a second chance. Last time he didn't say nothing to make me feel that way. But when you look at what he said now, it was long. You know, he read it well, but then when he was questioned about just basic stuff, he was struggling. He was prepped for this, what to say, and then when you caught him with the questions, he didn't have the questions because they didn't do a good job about prepping him for that. And then he's saying how these people who out here, his support team, you need to look at what's really going on in New Haven right now. The support team that they got, they still can't prevent crime from happening in this town. People need to go to jail and stay in jail. And maybe the people who doing the crimes will stop doing it. So please.
So, Mr. Williams, what is your first name?
My first name is Rodney.
Rodney?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you for your input, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to email the counselor really quick to let him know that we are going next with Mr. Hines.
Been going off quite a bit.
I didn't
Hello.
Mr. Reese, we can
welcome.
hear you.
What do you guys think? Do you guys feel like he's rehabilitated and they're gonna let him out, or how do you think that they're gonna decide?
Counselor Anastasio and Mr. Hines, this will be your opportunity to unmute by pressing *6 from your phone. Madam Chair and board members, it sounds like he may not be able to log on. I cannot get in contact with his counselor, and he's not pressing *6. I know that when him and I spoke, he was strongly opposed for Mr. Stanley to be let out on parole.
Okay. Thank you for your efforts.
Of course, I don't have more details as far as what he wanted to share, but at least it's on the record that he's opposed to this.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vasquez. At this time, each of the attorneys will be afforded an opportunity to make a statement. We'll begin with State's Attorney Doyle. If you have any statements or comments you would like to make, you may proceed at this time.
Yes, thank you. And thank you to the board for allowing me to address you today. I think the first thing that I want to point out is that the state is in opposition to any early release for Mr. Stanley. I'm not going to go into great detail of all the documents that I do believe that you have, but a couple things I do want to point out. And just in the last few weeks, if you didn't have them already, I forwarded to the parole supervisor the transcript from his sentence mod hearing, as well as the decision by Judge Vitale in May of that hearing. Obviously, this board is aware of the commutation process in which she was denied. You're aware of the underlying offenses. And by what I've heard from the board's questions, I know you're aware of the fact that less than 5 hours after being released from DOC for a robbery offense, the first thing in Mr. Stanley's mind was to go out and get a firearm, which led to the death of Mr. Green. I know that this board has to look under our Public Act statute that's been passed, which, as you know, is now been codified into 54-125A G1 of the Connecticut General Statutes. And that statute outlines, obviously, a lot of the things that the board is supposed to consider when determining whether or not to grant juvenile parole. And a lot of them are mentioned at the beginning of a hearing such as this. But what I would also point out is that what the statute is also indicated is that in these hearings for juvenile parole hearings, when one is under 21 or one is under 18, the statutes are obviously very similar. And what the statutes also do is they refer to the fact that if the board finds that such parole release would be consistent with the factors set forth in subdivisions 1 through 4 inclusive of subsection C of 54-300. So there's two statutes that are in conjunction here, and I believe I've addressed the board on this before. 54-300, and then we'll call it the juvenile parole statute, which is the prerogative of the board. But the 54-300 statute, I think, is very important because it's not only balancing what rehabilitative efforts, what community release would do, what rehabilitative efforts, but it's also in balancing, okay, that this panel needs to look at public safety while holding an offender accountable to the community, that sentencing should reflect the seriousness of offense and be proportional to the harm to victims in the community. Sentencing should have an overriding goal, the reduction of criminal activity, the imposition of just punishment, and the provision of meaningful and effective rehabilitation if appropriate, and that sentences should be fair, just, and equitable while promoting respect for the law. So these statutes work in tandem. I want to thank right out Mr. Green, Mr. Williams, and Mr. Hines for coming and addressing this panel this morning, because if you look at the transcript, all three of them came to a prior hearing and addressed by Judge Vitale just 2 years ago. And they said a lot of the same things. And now in reflective, they've even added a lot more detail. Because like Mr. Williams said there are opportunities for people when they are released to attempt to rehabilitate themselves. There are a lot of programs and offerings. There are, as he indicated, a lot of programs established by ex-offenders with offerings and ideas to defendants, to formerly incarcerated individuals. But I think this board is not so needed to know that sometimes people are serious about that. And sometimes, like Mr. Stanley, they read a script of all the things that they're going to do when they get out, or they proclaim that they're going to do. And then when I go out as a prosecutor, what I found out in the community is the people that they're referencing, and I'm not talking about the ex-offenders, but when we mentioned Project Longevity and we mentioned Project Safe Neighborhoods and a lot of things that my office is involved with, what I come to find out, and a lot of people just request information. They don't follow up. I can't speak to whether Mr. Stanley does or not, but I have a sense that he's in that category. I cannot agree more with Mr. Williams and Mr. Green that this defendant is a little bit over we could talk about math here. It's not my suit. That's why I went to law school. But we're a little bit over half of his sentence, of a 35-year sentence that Judge Ripley imposed for good reason. And that even as recently as 2 years ago, Judge Vitale said this is an appropriate sentence after hearing all the facts and circumstances. And I just want to highlight as well, as the board, as several of the board members have pointed out, for the first 25 years that he was in prison, Mr. Stanley denied anything to do with this. His lawyer was wrong. His defense was wrong. Everybody got it wrong. There's not one or two habeases. By my count, Attorney Amore can correct me, there's at least 8 of claims over the years that I didn't do it, somebody got this wrong. And like Mr. Green said at the beginning, this when he was questioned by the panel about how this occurred and about some other individual getting injured or tossed over a fence, that is nowhere in the record that I have, and I have the complete file, the complete transcripts, the PSI, the arrest report. I have everything documented associated with this case. And that is a first for me. And I think that was a first for them as well. What we have is an individual who number of years back, okay, and Your Honor, you have the exact date, got out of prison, armed himself with a gun. And by all accounts, what we do have is Javon Green coming up from the South, offered a job by several individuals, a very skilled carpenter, coming to New Haven to Connecticut, offered a position to do what we want all young men to do: find a career, find a job, work to support yourself and your family, as Reese Green has done for years, as Mr. Williams has done for years. And as Javon Green was going to do and was in the courtesy of doing, and part of the case, which is interesting as well, is he had picked up a young lady who was his girlfriend at the time, who had to testify at the trial, and was picking her up and had flowers and going to dinner when somebody threw a rock through his windshield. And when he got out to question and talk about why that happened, this defendant approached him with a gun and shot him to death on a New Haven street corner. There's no excuse for murder. There's no excuse for this kind of behavior. But I do want to point out, because this is not a situation of rival gang members. This is not a situation of drug turf, as you see all the time. This is not a situation, nobody deserves to take the life of another person in any circumstance. But this was a completely innocent person who's only stopping to wonder, why did my car get damaged? And, to quote and to point out what Mr. Williams also brought up, he's absolutely correct. And I think I said this to the board 2 weeks ago. I'm dealing with the fact here in New Haven, I had 2 teenagers killed in a matter of 1 month. I don't know what message we're planning to send, what the criminal justice system is sending out there, but when I have 2 teenagers killed in a little month, and then an individual who at that age, at a very similar age, took the life of another individual, how do we balance that? At what point do we say, not everybody who's under the age of 21, and when we look at the juvenile mind and we look at adolescents' minds, okay, and I know those factors have to be taken account by judges and the parole board, but at what point do we recognize that not every 18, 19, 20-year-old in New Haven is picking up a gun and taking the life of another individual? We're not talking about stolen cars. We're not talking about relatively minor incidents. We're talking about taking the life of another individual. The last time I saw Mr. Green's name before this was when I went to the Memorial Service Park for Victims of Homicide in New Haven, and I saw his name on a brick pathway. And I just remembered I had just gotten done with Mr. Stanley's sentence modification hearing, and now here I'm back with him recognizing, after this time in prison, the only way I'm going to get some consideration getting out is now owning it up to it 10 years, 25 years too late in an attempt to get early release. So the state of Connecticut, the state's attorney's office is in opposition to this hearing. And I thank you very much to the victims for addressing the panel, and the panel allowing me to address as well.
Thank you, Attorney Doyle. At this time, Attorney Amore, if you have any comments or remarks you would like to make, you may do so now.
Yes, and I want to thank the board for their opportunity to speak today. I'd also like to thank Mr. Green, Mr. Williams, and Mr. Hines for coming forward on behalf of the Green family. I did live in New Haven for 18 years, very much part of the community, and community violence is certainly something that this board is aware of and should consider. Just a couple of points on Attorney Doyle. A writ of habeas corpus challenges the representation of counsel and whether or not counsel was effective or ineffective. That is the purpose of a habeas. But more importantly, in the 22-page sentencing transcript that is before the board, and in the pre-sentence investigation that is before the board, there would certainly be mitigating factors that any judge would consider today as to whether or not Mr. Stanley received a fair sentence. And those factors would be under Miller versus Alabama. I'm not going to read those factors to the board. I'm sure the board is well aware of those factors. But I'm also hearing from the board a number of different things that I've heard today. First of all, I can assure the board that Mr. Stanley wrote his entire statement. I do not write anyone's statement, nor does his social worker. So he wrote this. I was only made aware today, 5 minutes before this hearing, that Mr. Stanley has an issue with hearing. And it was apparent to me that the conversations that we had to prepare Mr. Stanley for questions, which we do in every case, he's having a hard time hearing. So that's something I want to try to remedy in the future. Ms. Chance raised a number of questions about additional programming. I believe that she mentioned she believed that Mr. Stanley could benefit from Tier 2. Additionally, from a vocational program, Mr. Stanley has done the work. And that question that was posed by the board was posed by us. Why did it take 25 years for you to see the light? Mr. Stanley does mentor people and young inmates in this correctional facility. He is no longer receiving tickets. He's not a violent person. The juvenile age science does indicate that at a certain age, we tend to see the aggressive behaviors decline, but that does not happen in every case. Some people never learn their lesson. And it did take the death of Mr. Stanley's son and his nephew, and more importantly, him finally realizing all of the pain and trauma he's caused the Green family for him to change his ways. And he has continued to work effectively towards the goal of being paroled and released into the community. There is not a person that I called, and I called everyone who submitted a letter, including Mr. Smith, who has a job waiting for him, who hasn't been called to by Mr. Stanley. He is doing the work. He is doing the work towards rehabilitation. And I would like to see him paroled, but if this board has concerns, and again, I am very much aware of the New Haven community, but if it has concerns and has some additional recommendations that they would like to see Mr. Stanley do, so that we could come back here at a future date, perhaps that would be the more appropriate way to go. I'm pleased to tell the board that it's been nearly 10 years. Mr. Stanley's 53, going on 54, all right? To serve his entire sentence would make him 79 years old when he gets out. I don't think that's what the Miller-Graham criteria call for, even though it called for someone the age of 17. So with that, I would like to see, the progress that Mr. Stanley's doing and the work that he's doing to continue. And I do apologize to the board for not having been aware of the hearing issue, which I think really affected his ability to answer questions. And it's unfortunate we could not have been in the same room, and that would have eliminated any of this. So with that, I want to thank the board for the opportunity for today's hearing.
Thank you, Attorney Amore. Madam Chair.
Okay, so at this point in the hearing, we're going to discuss Mr. Stanley's case, and we'll be back to you shortly with our decision. Ms. Chance?
So I'm just going to briefly say, when I mentioned the practice that I thought would have been helpful to Mr. Stanley is because he was selling drugs and he needed a gun. And because the gun was the end result of taking someone's life, which is why I think that was necessary for him to do that. In terms of a vocational program, Yes, I know he did take that particular vocational program, but, and I know he was interested in the plumbing. And I know they have all those programs there that he could have participated in. My primary reason today is it took Mr. Stanley 25 years to decide that he needs to take a different route to change his attitude and behavior. And I do acknowledge that he did get his GED and that he was doing, as his attorney said, that, you know, he was assisting other inmates within the self-help groups. So I acknowledge all of that. But in the end, I do think Mr. Stanley would benefit from some more time in incarceration, and that he really needs to figure out the serious impact of his sale of drugs with a gun to go with that, which is what resulted in the death of the victim today. And I do think during that period, he should focus on a specific vocational program. He mentioned plumbing. There are many aspects of plumbing, some of which is offered at VOC that he can participate in. So for me today, it's a deny, but I would be willing for Mr. Stanley to come back, say, in 3 years. And my reason for the denial are the nature and the injury and for institutional adjustment.
Just to be clear, you were not saying that the victim had anything to do with Mr. Stanley's engagement in drug sales, that he had a gun because he was
selling drugs,
and that had nothing to do with the victim.
Right.
This was a argument in the street over a shattered rear window. Okay, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry,
Yeah.
that was the reason for him having the gun.
Yes, that's what it is. Yeah,
Right.
Thank you for clarifying that. For me, Madam Chair, I think I shared early on, my concern was that he went 25 years without doing anything. Then came to some realization over the death of his son and the death of his nephew. 10 years, and then within that 10 years, he still didn't really take any programming.
Okay.
He really didn't take any programming at that point, but didn't really, instead, went for a commutation, which he didn't get, and went for a modification of his sentence, which he also did not get. It was denied as well. And didn't start really taking program until I believe 2023. For me, it was just, I would have preferred seeing it if he had gotten to epiphany at 10 years, at that point, start taking some programming and start really doing the work that he was doing, that he's currently doing, which I want to acknowledge. He is doing work now and has taken some programming. I want to be able to acknowledge that. But I believe he still needs a little bit more. And I would agree with the tier 2. So I think there was alcohol and marijuana involved early on. I don't know whether, obviously in structured setting, he had many tickets in this as well. I am also a denial today with this case, and also would be willing for a rehear within 3 years to give him more time to utilize what he's learned from his programming while he's there, and just give that opportunity to maybe work with some more youth while he's there, because he did talk about some mentorship that he was doing, and give him an opportunity to kind of go into the vocational programming and learn some more. So he's that much more prepared, and I would feel much more comfortable in terms of community safety, having been able to see that. So that's kind of where I'm at as well.
Okay, well, I do want to recognize that in the early 90s, Mr. Stanley did get his GED. So he wasn't doing nothing. But as we know, disciplinary issues keep people out of programming. So I think it was a vicious cycle where he was undermining himself with the DRs and keeping himself out of programming. And that's the setup that we had. And then we had the 1995 assault second, which was with a weapon and quite serious as well. So I'd like to see Mr. Stanley consider the New Thinking program as well, and perhaps anger management. I know there were some reference to that in parenting under life skills, but I'm not sure that it is the same as the standalone. So there are programs that he could avail himself of. So we're going to go with 2028 for a read here. January. So in the matter of Kevin Stanley, inmate number 157568, there is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: the nature and circumstances of your offenses, the injury and impact caused to victims and victims' families, and your poor institutional adjustment. I further move that we will rehear you in January of 2028 and recommend that you not get any disciplinary reports and that you complete additional programming, addiction services, and other positive programming available there in the facility to include vocational. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. So Mr. Stanley will, we weren't able to see our way clear today. We will bring you back in 2028 and encourage you to continue on a positive path and do additional programming.
Thank you, everybody. This concludes the Public Act 169 hearing for Kevin Stanley, complaint number 57568, and it is 10:70.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Security. Thank you.
I don't know. You probably want to see. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Talk down to 4, but 3.
Yeah, she was out. Late. You just send that lady Miss Wilson through the gate. I'll be right here waiting for her. Thank you. Bye. All right, let me grab her. She's on her way through it, and I'll put you guys. I have you here. Okay. And Gilhooly, I have you here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Will you say us? Thank you. You're welcome.
My name is Parole Officer Wangerson. Today is Friday, January 24th, 2025, and this is the Public Act 23-169 hearing of the Connecticut Board of Parties. For the record, I apologize, Mr. Gilhooly, the state of Connecticut passed and made effective October 1st, 2023, the Public Act 23-169, an act concerning parole eligibility for an individual serving a lengthy sentence for a crime committed before the individual reached the age of 21, and criminal history records erasure. You fall under this act, and this means that you are under the age of 21, that the board shall give great weight to the diminished culpabilities of juveniles as compared to adults, the hallmark features of youth, and any subsequent growth and maturity displayed while we're reviewing you for suitability today. The following board members are present this morning. If I'm stating their names on the record, certified they include all statutorily required documents in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Attendance this morning, we have Attorney Julia Wilson. Attorney Wilson, if you could please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Yes, good morning. Julia Wilson, juris number 445570. My business address is 1 Court Street in Middletown, 06457.
Thank you very much. Also present today, we have State's Attorney Christian Watson. Attorney Watson, if you could also please do the same, state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Sure. Good morning, Christian Watson. I'm the State's Attorney in New Britain. Juris number is 42042, 20 Franklin Square, New Britain, Connecticut.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gilhooly, can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Peter Gilhooly, 279038.
Thank you. This is a public hearing in accordance with Chapter 14, Freedom of Information Act, Connecticut General Statute 1-200, which applies to this procedure. Mr. Gilhooly, if you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the attention of the panel at this time. Again, this is a public hearing. Mr. Gilhooly, do you have any questions?
No.
And are you willing to proceed with the hearing at this time?
Yes.
Thank you. So as previously stated, this is a Public Act 23-169 hearing. It's being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Peter Gilhooly, inmate number 279038. Mr. Gilhooly serving a sentence of 35 years flat with no probation to follow for murder and attempted murder. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan in place. It has been reviewed and shows that he has completed the following programs that include SRG program, Voices, People Empowering People. He's currently participating in the CLIC literacy program and is reportedly a mentor within People Empowering People. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls within the moderate range risk for recidivism. Mr. Gilhooly, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, and you may begin at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Gilhooly,
Yes.
are you planning to read the letter that was already submitted to us?
No, I have a brief one that I wrote for the board.
Great, because we only have 90 minutes for the hearing, and I'd hate to waste too much time on something that we've all already read and is 5 pages long. So
Yes.
go right ahead.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity to be heard and a second chance at life beyond prison. I would like to send my deepest apologies and sorrow to Mr. Oleski and his family, Mr. Monko and his family, as well as my co-defendant and his family. I know nothing I can say or do can bring them back or change that day. Even with all the accomplishments, which I am proud of, I can't make up the loss of Mr. Oleski and Mr. Monko. I take full responsibility for my actions of that night. With all the program I've done over the years, Voices has helped me fully understand how deep my crime affects not only the victims, but their family and friends, the community, as well as family as well. I would like to also apologize to my family as well for all the heartache I caused them. I was the first and only person to graduate their GED in Northern, which I am very proud of. I also feel everyone should take voices because it shows you how to take full accountability for your actions and to how to look at your crime, even when you may think it's a victimless crime. When you can have empathy for the victim, I feel that's when you can genuinely say that you're sorry. While working in the Colvin unit, it makes you appreciate life in a different way. I put my health aside so I can help others in need. Unfortunately, I've seen death as I work there and things that I will never forget, but I also help people get better as well. I just wanted to help others and would do it again. I've been a peer mentor in 2 different programs, A Way Out and now in People Empowering People, which I both received certificates in before becoming a peer mentor in both of these classes. I was chosen both by my teachers and peers to become a mentor, which made me proud. If I can change at least one person's way of thinking from negative to positive, I feel that is a win, even though all would be great. I feel when you can talk with the younger ones, they really listen because I've been through it, so it's easy to be relatable and real, rather than someone they don't know that they can't relate to. I tell them you have to take responsibility for your actions, crime, attitude, as well as if when you catch tickets in here. I used to not listen and have I don't care attitude. But when I finally realized that my poor attitude in catching these tickets meant my family couldn't see me or hear from me, it made me change my way of thinking as well, and as well as my ways and actions. That's another responsibility as well I take fully in my tickets. Over these past 25 years, this journey has not been easy, and I've made mistakes, but I sit here in front of you as not the same kid I came in as. It wasn't easy, like I said, but with age and with accountability, I've changed. Also, my support system, I give credit to as well, who has helped me with changing that negative thinking to positive. My wife that has been by my side for 18 years, who I hope to live with, and my mother as well as family and friends, all helped in this journey. I have a strong support team and I have stability that will help me with success upon my release. I have multiple job offers I can start right away, and I know there will be struggles, but with this strong support and strong motivation, I will be a success. I know this letter maybe seems short, but I also didn't want to keep on saying the same things over and over again I put in my submission letter to this board. I am open to suggestions and any questions you may have for me, and thank you again for this opportunity. I am very grateful.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gilhooly. I'll begin with the questions and my colleagues will follow up with their questions. So an admittedly tragic situation and absolutely unnecessary crime. So you had been burglarized, your home had been burglarized, and you reported it to the police.
Yes.
And then it happened a second time. And instead of reporting it to the police, you went hunting for the person you thought was responsible. And you chose not to report the second burglary because you had firearms that were stolen. And you didn't want to have to admit that to the police because you shouldn't have had the guns, right?
Yes.
Okay. So why did you go to this particular abandoned building?
I went there that night because I was told that the person that burglarized my house, Mr. Roberto, was there at the time.
And you went with your co-defendant, who was a relative and a juvenile, and you went in possession of a loaded rifle, correct?
Yes.
So I was, I always take particular interest at sentencing about whether the defendant makes any remarks or not. And you did apologize for your crime in taking the life of a human being. You said, I just acted recklessly that night without thinking. I never meant for anybody to get hurt. And I that's just so implausible. I don't even know where to start. So when you decided to take responsibility for the choices that you made, and the fact that this trajectory that you and your co-defendant were on could have been interrupted at multiple points with the gun jamming, you know, with shooting somebody upstairs, and then you felt, you know, you had to display your own manhood to this child and shoot the gun as well. Talk to me about your responsibility.
Yes, you know, like I was the older of the two of us, and I do take responsibility for that. And honestly, I can't tell you why everything spun out of control that night. I'm not gonna, you know, use the excuse of drugs or, you know, it spiraled out of control too fast. And
I'm not even appreciating how it spiraled out of control. You went hunting for another human being. You went into an abandoned building, and you and your co-defendant randomly shot two people. How is that spinning out of control?
because I didn't think nobody was, you know, there, and I didn't know what was going on.
But when you encountered individuals in the building with your flashlight, you could see they were human beings. You didn't leave.
No, you're right, I didn't. And the victim of Mr. Orlowski that I take responsibility for, I didn't know who that was. There was no light. I'm not making any excuses, but I didn't know who that was at the time.
Mr. Gilhooly, I would argue that you're responsible for the shooting of both individuals. You were there. Yes. You were the one who was robbed. You were the one seeking retribution. You were the one who went hunting.
Yes, and I take full responsibility for that, absolutely.
Well, you just sat here and said that you named one victim that you were responsible for. And I'm trying to put on the record that by virtue of the way this situation went down, you're responsible for both individuals being harmed.
Yes, and
so
for Mr.
talk to me about
well.
the impact on the community that you referenced, Voices taught you. How do you think the community was impacted by this night of shooting?
It put the community in fear. It put the community, they didn't know what was going on. They were scared of their life, and everybody was impacted by that because nobody knew what happened and they didn't know what was going on. So with my actions, it caused a ripple effect because nobody knew what was going on. And, you know, there's a shooting going on next to people's houses. There's stores there. There's other people there. So with that being said, that the community was affected by my terrible crime.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you to define the community. What community are you referring to?
The people in places around.
Around New Britain? Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yes, around the street.
There's another community that was affected more specifically, and that's the community of homeless individuals surviving on the margins of society in New Britain, taking shelter in abandoned properties, seeking services at soup kitchens, being targeted with violence through no fault of their own for absolutely no good reason. Right?
Absolutely.
And, you know, when you talk about ripple, you can take a ripple effect across the Atlantic. I mean, this individual who died was from Poland. He was in the US to earn money to send home to his family. He was struggling to do that. And that's why he was living rough. So taking him out of the lives of his family back in Poland, left his wife to support his kids on her own, left his parents without a son. So very profound ripple effects, not to mention the injuries, life-altering as they were to the other victim. So I understand you said in the interview with a parole officer that you didn't know why you shot the individual. So
Yes.
that's concerning to me because we're making this decision about whether it's appropriate for you to finish your sentence, all 35 years out in the community under supervision, and you're telling us that you discharged a weapon at another human being and you don't know why. Help me.
The reason why I said that is because he wasn't, he wasn't, I didn't mean to do that to him. It was,
I get that you regret it, but I don't get that you didn't mean to do it. You were holding the weapon.
yes,
It jammed and you cleared it in some way or another, and you pulled the trigger a second time. Defenseless victim. There was no danger to you in the moment, or your co-defendant. Was this recreational?
no, it was not.
Was this retribution?
I at the time of the incident, when I went there, I didn't know if they were part of Mr. Roberto. I didn't know who they were, and
you didn't stop to ask.
No, I didn't. I didn't.
Because if you really wanted to have a conversation, you wouldn't have gone there in the dark to an abandoned building, and so, I think this was your intent, was to harm. Maybe you didn't get the right victim, but so why did you have firearms in your home?
For protection. I was shot at previously, and that's why I had it. And two, being robbed in my own house. I had a daughter and the mother of my
Did you
child.
go through the proper channels to get a permit?
No, ma'am.
Where did you acquire the firearms?
From the street, illegally.
So, a series of very bad decisions on your part that led to where you are right now.
Yes.
So you acquired these guns in the street. Where did you learn to practice aiming, discharging, cleaning the weapon? Never did?
No.
Okay. Do you hear the absurdity that you think you can protect yourself with a gun you don't even know how to use?
At this age, yes. At that time, I thought
you referred to it as lifestyle.
something like that, yeah. But as of now, thinking of all these years that, I'm older now, that was absolutely the wrong decision, the wrong impulsive behavior, just no thinking, no process, any of that. And I should have went through the channels of speaking to the police again, and,
Well, you don't want to get yourself in trouble. So you could have just let it go, but you weren't in a place to do that because you were obviously too angry at being burglarized yourself. You had a daily habit of marijuana and PCP. Did I get that correct?
The marijuana, yes.
And you're disputing that you were on PCP on a daily basis?
I didn't do it on a daily basis, but I did smoke PCP.
And when was the last time you smoked before this incident?
Before I came to jail.
No, before you killed someone.
Oh, the night of the incident.
Uh-huh. So you were under the influence?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I read, but you seem to be disputing that fact earlier in the hearing. So what have you done to address your abuse of these illegal substances?
I took alcohol and drug classes. I took addiction courses.
What were they called? What were they called? Because we have no information about you doing anything to address substance use.
I have the certificate from Criminon. It was addiction drug.
This is the one through the mail.
Yes.
Mail order program. Okay, but nothing there in the facility.
Also in a way out program, we discussed substance abuse. And
Okay,
also,
so what did you learn from that or Criminon that's going to be helpful to you when you're back in the community and now marijuana is legal?
yes, I learned that I was doing those drugs to hide my pain, that I was doing it to cover up with what I was really going through. And I know now that I know to talk to people, you know, if I need counseling. I talk to people instead of, you know, drugs. I haven't touched drugs since I've been in prison because I know that it led to nothing but negative behavior. And that's something that I'm not looking forward to ever doing again.
Did you learn anything specifically about the substance PCP?
That is a mind-altering drug, and it's an addictive drug, and causes different mood behaviors, and it's a dangerous drug. It affects your heart, your mind. It's not a good drug.
Okay. I would add to that, sir, that it causes damage to the structure of your brain, damage that your brain cannot recover from.
Yes.
Okay. Congratulations on getting your high school diploma.
Thank you.
You did that in 2001?
Yes.
You've gone 6 years now without a disciplinary report.
Yes.
You've gotten really strong evaluations for the work, the jobs that you've held in the facility as chairman and laundry, commissary, industries. And I thank you personally for serving as a COVID cleaner during the pandemic. I appreciate that individuals such as yourself would step up to try to protect other people and reduce the spread of the virus. So thank you for doing that and putting yourself at risk.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So I have some concerns about the SRG affiliations that you've had. 3 times DOC has affiliated you, 1999, 2005, and 2018. You completed the security risk group programming most recently in 2021. Tell me what you've taken away from that program that you've taken more than once.
I took away from it was hard this last time because I knew I had left that behind me, and being in that program, it allowed me to open up and speak to the youth to not go down the same path as I did. And when you involved yourself in that so-called structure of a family, you want to call it, it's a negative. It was a mirage, and it was something that wasn't real. But at the time when I was young, I thought that's what I needed in life because I had nobody but my mother. So doing this last classes, I spoke up and I was very open about being distanced from that. And due to that, I was assaulted while I was there. And due to me not being involved with that anymore and leaving that gang life behind me, I was assaulted. And it really teaches you how to put things in perspective when you do things as a child, how it affects you still years down the line. And it made me really.
Are you referring to being jumped out?
Yes.
You were assaulted because you wanted to leave the gang?
Well, yes. And
okay. When was that?
That was in 2001. I mean 2021.
Well, that's the last time you did SRG, but that's when you were assaulted as well?
I was assaulted this last time because I was back in that environment and I didn't want anything to do with any of that. So they were saying, because you're not a gang member, well, now you're gonna get what's given to you. And that's when I was
trying to understand, because you were 42 at the time and you're talking about, what you got out of the gang affiliation as a youth. And I was trying to reconcile your latest age and your affiliation status and your statements. So I read that you believe through the programming that you can now talk things out without aggression.
Yes.
Share a little bit more with me about that.
So I learned that, it's when you speak with your words and you thoughtfully think things out now, you get a better positive result instead of just being argumentative or being aggressive or being in a negative mindset. And with that being said, I've turned my negative thinking into positive. So now I'm able to speak to somebody without aggression. And aggression doesn't have to be a physical aspect, it could be a body language as well. So with that being said, it's the way that you talk to somebody as well that I learned. And you don't have to yell, you don't have to use aggression. And I learned that. So now that I know how to use my words properly, speak properly, listen, be mindfulness and open-minded, now I know how to have an open-minded conversation.
So Mr. Gilhooly, what I'm hearing from you is that you put your thoughts, have your thoughts inform your feelings instead of the other way around. So you're not in a reactive mode going through the world, but you're thinking through your experience, your feelings, your environment, and then speaking and acting from a place of greater calmness.
Yes.
So you're not letting people trigger you.
Yes. And when I was younger, that's how a lot of my tickets happened. That's how a lot of negative situations happened, because I didn't think. I didn't really, I'll be honest with you, I had an I don't care attitude. And with that led to consequences. And I did not think of that. I did not outweigh any of that. And when I started putting that in perspective, and I started seeing how it affected my family, not being able to hear from them, see them, that really affected me. And it made me really change how I was really living. And it's just, it was really sad the way that my attitude was. And I feel that I'm not the same person as that. I'm not impulsive. The COs, my fellow prisoners, they are, they come to me with respect because the way that I am now.
Yes. Modeling for them.
Yes.
How to go through their sentence. Okay. So, you've done well to give back there in the facility. What is your plan? I know you've got a good release plan with a sponsor and jobs waiting for you. What's your plan for giving back in the community?
I really want to talk to the youth with violence prevention, anti-gang. I would like to go back to the this.
What do you know about how to talk to the youth? Because believe me, we hear that from everyone.
Yes.
I'm going to talk to the youth. I'm going to be a cautionary tale. What do you know about how to do that? Because right now it's just a hope and a prayer.
Yes. It's examples of being in here with the youth as I am now, because I'm relatable, and I've been through the stuff that they're going through, and if I can speak to them and give them.
I understand your desire to do that, and I understand your messaging. I'm asking you, are you going to affiliate yourself with existing programs and volunteer in that capacity? Yes. What are those programs?
I looked up one program called Campus Youth in Hartford. And I'd also want to go back to the House of Bread that helps feed the homeless and people in need in Hartford. I volunteered for them before, and I had a good relationship with them.
When was it that you volunteered with them?
I volunteered with them in the 90s with my grandmother.
Well, that would be an appropriate place to give back, considering the harm you did to that specific community. But it's also additionally disturbing that you had firsthand experience with the struggles of those individuals, and you still took out your rage on them. So, all right. Well, thank you for talking with me, Mr. Gilhooly. I'm going to pass the opportunity on to my colleagues. Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my colleague asked quite a few questions that I would have asked already. Your last thing about helping youth, I want to try to understand, because I'm baffled by this offense. I mean, it's just, how are you going to explain to the youth what you did, why you did it, since you're having a difficult time explaining to us why? And I think my colleague gave you some deep stuff, because she told you, was this retribution, was this, and you couldn't respond to any of that other than say you don't know why you did it. And I'm struggling with that. And I hear you taking responsibility. I hear that. I'm not sure what you're taking responsibility for, because you don't know why you did this. So, I'm just, can you help me with that?
Yes. Honestly, I didn't cherish life at the time, and Mr. Oleski is.
I'm glad you said that, because this was a very callous thing that you did. It was there's no feeling attached to this other than anger, other than whatever your anger was at that point. But
that is true. But
I can't even imagine the horror these people must have gone through that evening in the dark, a flashlight put in your face. I just can't even imagine that. I'm going to be honest with you. It's a horrifying thought to me. And the fact that one person even survived this, you were lucky you didn't have 2 killings at this point. I don't want to take away from the work that you're doing. I understand that, but I'm really stuck on the nature of this offense and how it happened. it's just, it seems so senseless.
You're right.
If
It
somebody
was.
broke into your home, you would have called the police, even if you knew where they were. You wouldn't have gone there with a gun. You would have told the police where they were, and it would, you could have done it that way. I mean, there was other options to take, but to think about, taking your weapon with you. I mean, I agree with my colleague. You were in a hunt. You were hunting. You were looking for somebody, and you were going to put them down. It's almost like you had already made up your mind. I mean, I'm really challenged by this offense. But again, I do want to acknowledge the work that you have done. You've taken programming. You got your GED. Congratulations for that. I read your evaluations on your work. They were all very good and excellent. I read your support, some of your support letters. They were all very positive for you. And I do believe that in 24 years you have changed. You're not the same person you were when. I would hope that you would have changed in 24 years. That you're not the same person you were when you came into this situation. But Mr. Gilhooly, the offense is just so without any. I don't know any justification for this offense. I can't even imagine it. And I hope you are really in touch with that, because I don't even think we're not going to hear from the victims today. But I can't even imagine.
I feel the same way. I've had nightmares over this. I can't even, nothing that I could ever say or do can bring back Mr. Oleski. And my actions that night were terrible. It was stupid. It was senseless. There
was no reason for it.
There was no reason for it at all. At all. None of it. Even the situation with my house being robbed, there's no excuses for that. There's none. There's just, I should have took the proper measures, and I didn't. And 25 years later, I'm sitting in here after a stupid night that just, and it tears me apart.
I think part of what you just shared, that you just had no respect for life at that point.
I didn't even love myself.
It's probably your why, because you had no respect for life.
I didn't even respect myself, because if I did, I wouldn't have been doing the things that I was doing. And like I said, I don't want to sit here and make excuses of drugs in my environment. I don't want to use any of that, because my actions is what got me here. I know what I did. I
think your drug use that night just added to the whole thing at that point.
Yeah, that definitely was not a help. But altering your mind at 18 years old that was like putting time, a bomb in your head, and just.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah.
And that's why I've done so many things in here to change that negative thinking, because that negative thinking led me down to that terrible night.
Yeah.
And if I didn't have that way of thinking, and I didn't have that way of living, and that stupid code of conduct of the streets, it would have never got me here. It was like I said, I didn't appreciate life because I didn't love myself. And it took me a long time to get here. And
is there any additional program you think you could utilize? You could use?
In here, or upon my release?
In there or out in there? Or?
But that's why I'm continuing to do what I can. And it's very limited in here because of the length of my sentence. They have, yeah. I've signed up for as many programs as I could, even being denied my commutation. I didn't stop and say, oh, look at, I wanted to be good for the commutation. Look at me, help me go home. No, I continue to stay strong. I continue to stay in a positive manner. I didn't go back to negative behavior. I got a job. I continue doing programmings, and I'm still continuing to do programs because I want to be a better person. A better person for me is for better people around me.
I think that's important for you. I do think it's important. The more insight you can get about yourself, I think the better off you are.
And like I said, upon my release, I'm willing to go to counseling, anything to make me that better me. nothing could be said or said, told to me like, oh, well, why would you go to counseling? No, I need counseling because counseling makes you stay stable, and counseling will help you to keep on giving that stuff back, and not getting those negative thoughts and negative actions. It's just to better yourself.
Thank you for that. And my last question is, what do you see as your major challenge if you're released?
A major challenge will be adjusting to my relationships with my closest people to me. Not dealing with an hour visit or a 15-minute phone call, actually being there with somebody, being able to talk to somebody without having interruptions of a phone hanging up or a code happening or something that, locked down, and just being able to adjust and be in society and be successful and not be known as inmate 279038.
Okay, Mr. Gilhooly, right?
Gilhooly.
Gilhooly.
Yes.
Thank you for answering my question, Mr. Gilhooly.
Thank you.
Good luck to you, sir.
I appreciate that.
So I just need to ask Mr. Gilhooly to clarify two things for me. But for the record, I do agree with what both of my colleagues have asked and have said to you. So the first clarification that I'm looking for, your interview with the parole officer, you said you didn't know why your co-defendant shot the other victim. Did I hear you admitting that you actually shot both victims?
No, Mr. Oleski that passed, that's the person that I'm responsible for both of them, but yes, but physically, I only shot Mr. Oleski.
Okay. The other one is your SRG affiliation ticket that you received December 20th, 2018.
Yes.
So you said that you were talking to a relative and the relative was talking with you about the various levels and position within the SRG. If you received 2 previous SRG tickets, why would you be having that kind of discussion on the phone?
I didn't have that conversation with him over the phone. I was speaking to a childhood friend, and I asked him if it would be okay if he can buy my wife a present for her. And that person happened to be talking to other people in the facility, and they were speaking about gang stuff, and that's how I was affiliated.
That is so different than what I'm reading.
I understand that. And yes, that's what the ticket says. But once again, I take responsibility because if I had no past involvement with SRG, I would have never been in that predicament anyways. So that's why I take responsibility for that ticket as well, because that was my past. But when I was
despite the fact that you were heard on a recorded phone call.
And on that phone call that is recorded, it says that I had asked him to buy a present for my daughter. And he also asked me if I knew somebody, and I told him, no, I don't know who that person is.
That's not what I'm reading, so we're going to have to agree to disagree. But, as I said, I agree with all the previous comments by both of my colleagues, and I don't have any further questions. So, thank you, Brenda.
I actually have one more for you. So there's a situation with your daughter. So she's an adult now, but your co-defendant is her uncle?
Yes.
Okay. And she lives with him?
Yes.
Okay. So when you talked about, adjusting to relationships with those closest to you, were you to be granted today, you would be restricted from having any contact with your co-defendant. And we're talking about 9 years worth of supervision. So how is that going to work out? Have you given that any thought?
Yes, I know that I don't want any contact with neither one of them. Unfortunately, my daughter chose to live with him, and that's just something I have to live with, but I will not put myself in that situation at all. I don't want any contact with neither one of them.
So you've written your daughter off. Is that what you're telling us?
Well, as her being living with him, I can't, that's not gonna be, we're gonna have to have a separate situation away from there, but at this time, she doesn't want to be away from him. She doesn't even want to talk to me right now. So with that being said, I just know it's just better for all of us not to even talk to each other at this point. Whatever may happen down in the future, I already told her I'm here for her. I'll always be here for her. But as long as she's living with him, that's just a negative situation that I don't want any parts of, and I don't want to be around.
Why would it be a negative situation? He's served his sentence. He's been released early from supervision.
Well, as of right now, he's back in prison.
So she's not with him, but
Yes.
you're not, but she doesn't, has she said to you she wants no contact?
Yes,
Okay. And you can respect that.
absolutely. It was hard, but I really, I understand and I respect that.
All right, because you don't know where her loyalties are, what she's been told, and how she understands the situation. So,
Yes.
when do you think you developed your moral compass? What helped you do that?
Programming and my wife, my support team, and just really looking into myself, finding who I really am, and knowing that I am a good person. I have made mistakes, but that doesn't define me. And I know
Okay,
that
I'm gonna two things.
Okay.
Shooting at an individual laying on the floor and putting a bullet in their back is not a mistake. As I described to you, sir, this is a series of choices that you made that got you to this point. So to say mistake is really to minimize your crime. What were the programs specifically that you think helped you reset or develop? Because I don't think you even had a moral compass.
A Way Out, Voices, and People Empowering People, I feel have impacted me the most out of all the programs that I've done.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you've gotten there, but I do have to point out that People Empowering People and Voices you took last year. So
Yes.
I'm hoping that there was some work you were doing on yourself well before 2024. I mean,
Oh,
you had
yes.
your commutation denied in 2022 and your sentence mod denied in 2017. So,
Yes.
you know, all right.
Yes, Madam Chair, are you also questions?
Yes, I think we're done.
To my knowledge, there's no victim input in today's hearing, so we're going to move forward with allowing the attorneys present the opportunity to make a statement. We'll begin with State's Attorney Watson. If you have any comments or statements you'd like to make, you may do so now.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your time. So what strikes me in reading all of the DIS summary as it pertains to Mr. Gilhooly is There are several letters of reference or support from family members pertaining to Mr. Gilhooly. These are direct family members of Mr. Gilhooly. He had an opportunity to engage with those family members and decide a different way of attaining his life when he committed this crime. I look at this situation as exactly the way this panel described it. Mr. Gilhooly was hunting for another individual. He went there armed with a purpose, with an illegal gun, a firearm he shouldn't have had. When they tried to shoot one of the unarmed individuals that were homeless and fighting just to survive, the gun jammed. They took the opportunity to reload that firearm and discharge it again, shooting one person, seriously wounding them. They went downstairs next, racked the firearm again, and shot another defenseless human being laying on the ground, and he is dead as a result. He went there with a purpose to look for someone that burglarized his home, yet he shot 2 individuals that he didn't even know. If that isn't the definition of a callous and a morally reprehensible act, I don't know what is. It's beyond careless. It shows a total lack of control. These 2 individuals were merely just existing and living and trying to make a living and eke out their existence. And he took that from them when they discharged a firearm in their direction, killing one and seriously wounding another. Preying on another human being is one thing. Preying on a defenseless, helpless human being is another that you don't know. And that's what Mr. Gilhooly did. He preyed on 2 individuals that were defenseless and unknown to him, mainly and merely because he was upset that someone burglarized his home. The lack of self-control and awareness is astounding, especially based upon where Mr. Gilhooly came from, the letters of support from family members indicating they'd be there for him. They could have been there for them then. We don't know. I haven't heard whether they were or whether they were not. But Mr. Gilhooly had the opportunity to take advantage of that. He had the opportunity to disavow himself from gang affiliation several times. The first being when he was arrested and charged with an offense in Massachusetts and convicted of that crime, and he was affiliated. Came into the Department of Corrections, affiliated. Was in the Department of Corrections, affiliated again. Finally jumped out of the gang. Multiple opportunities have been given to Mr. Gilhooly to change his way of life. Now, I credit Mr. Gilhooly, and I do. I've appeared in front of this panel numerous times, and this panel is well aware that I do not stand on every single hearing such as these and ask this panel to consider not granting the release. I've done it on numerous occasions, and this panel is aware of that. However, Mr. Gilhooly had his opportunity for a sentence modification. It was denied unanimously. He had his opportunity for a commutation hearing, and that was also denied unanimously. And I will quote what the commutation hearing, the result of it was. After lengthy review and testimony, the board voted unanimously to deny commutation. The board specifically noted your 2018 disciplinary report and the continuation of your sentence being in the best interest of justice. I submit to this panel, nothing has changed since then. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Watson. At this time, Attorney Wilson, if you have any remarks you'd like to make, you may do so now.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. There are some remarks I'd like to make in response, and then I do have a prepared statement. I think that Peter here is having trouble explaining the why of the crime because he understands that there is no reasoning for what happened. That's something we've discussed, I apologize, several times. Every time has been a conversation about how there's no justification. He knows that. So I think that that's why he's having trouble putting into words why this senseless crime happened, because there is no excuse, there's no why, other than I do appreciate that he, didn't have any sense of what the value of life at the time. And I do truly believe that he has developed that understanding in his life since this happened. I also want to clarify, Mr. Gilhooly mentioned mistakes. I don't believe he was referring to this crime as a mistake. It was the mistakes of the getting tickets, stuff like that. He has never once in our conversations stated that this crime was a mistake. He has always taken responsibility that it was his actions. So I just wanted to clarify that. So I do have a prepared statement. So first, I would like to echo his thanks for the consideration of this board in his parole. As demonstrated by the submission provided to this board and his statement and responses to your questions, I think it's obvious that he's accomplished many things during his time in the Department of Corrections. But I think it's really important to note that what the submission can't show you, and even, you know, the brief interactions that you guys are having with him here, is the real person behind the person who accomplished all these things and committed the crime. And I feel very lucky to have been able to get to know Peter during the preparation of this hearing. And I'd like to just give you a little insight into what I have learned about him. So the first thing that struck me about our first meeting was how insightful he was. Our first conversation was obviously very difficult because it required us to discuss the senseless actions that led him here, as well as his time in the Departments of Corrections and the struggles he has faced personally. During that conversation, he responded to my questions honestly and thoughtfully, and demonstrated a clear understanding and remorse for what happened. He has never made any excuses to me in our conversations for any of his actions or behaviors from the crimes through his time in DOC. And I was truly impressed by the gracious way he handled that difficult conversation with someone he had never met. The next quality that I think is really important and that defines Peter is the way he cares for others. He is dedicated to being a good husband and friend and family member. Despite the barrier of being in the Department of Corrections, he's maintained these relationships. He reconnected and married his wife, who's been an instrumental part in preparing this submission. And, you know, she has worked tirelessly to make sure he has a safe and stable place to go home to if he is released. They make a great team, and I do think that they are both dedicated to his success if released, both willing to do therapy, you know, work on themselves and their relationship with each other. Finally, I want to highlight Peter's kindness. Every interaction I've observed between him and other inmates, COs, has been pleasant and kind, and he has always been very kind and gracious to me. You know, preparing this submission and preparing for this hearing is not an easy thing to go through. It brings up a lot of tough conversations, a lot of difficult emotions, and I do want to highlight he discussed his move away from aggression, and I've asked some pretty invasive questions of him, and every single response has been thoughtful, kind. Never once has he gotten angry or responded in a way that was inappropriate. He's always been very, very open, you know, calm, respectful. And every time I leave our meetings, I think that this is, you know, just gives an idea of his character. He tells me to be safe, drive safe, and be good. I can say without a doubt that he's committed to being successful outside of the Department of Corrections. He has realistic plans and backups if those initial plans do not work. He also has had the opportunity to correspond and reconnect with family who I think he didn't have great connections with at the time of this incident, as well as friends and other community members. And I've had the opportunity to speak with many of these people as well. And I'm confident that they're willing to support him through all challenges that are going to arise. And he understands that there are challenges that will arise. He does have multiple job opportunities, which were outlined in letters of support submitted to the board. And he does have a realistic plan for helping support himself and his family. In closing, I'd like to reiterate that he has demonstrated immense growth, insightfulness, and kindness throughout his time in preparing this hearing and in the Department of Corrections as a whole. And I do think he deserves a chance to contribute positively in his community outside of the Department of Corrections. So I thank you again for your consideration. And I know he does as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, so if you'll just bear with us for a few minutes, we're going to discuss, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So there's no disputing the horrific nature of what went down in November of 1999 in New Britain through the actions of Mr. Gilhooly and his co-defendant. I think part of what disturbs me most is when I think about the fact that these individuals who were shot, there was no aid rendered to them for more than 12 hours. And to think of the individual who survived his wounds, laying there, perhaps praying for help. Someone did come and he asked them for water, gave them a bottle. They left and never came back. So, when you take apart different crimes that we're exposed to in this work, there's sometimes different aspects that are more haunting than others. And that is a visual that I have from this crime that is absolutely heartbreaking. That the suffering went on, that they were alone. They weren't even on the same floor of the house. And anyway, so, that's why I was asking Mr. Gilhooly about, his moral compass, because I think at the time, at age 18, with the choices that he was making out in the community to sell drugs, to be gang affiliated, to abuse drugs himself, to abandon his own education, were all indications that he had no morality to lead his life by. I think we're seeing someone who has grown, immense growth, his attorney describes it as. I don't think we would see the evaluations for his work and the different positions in the facility being as strong as they were if he hadn't brought about some much needed change in his life, and his way of thinking, and his respect for humanity. I'm looking at an end of sentence date in 2034. So this is as much as 9 years of potential supervision for Mr. Gilhooly in the community. He was eligible 4 years ago under this statute that didn't exist then. With the limitations of incarceration, I think he's done quite well to create a strong release plan. The fact that he has the supports he has is real grace in his life. He has served nearly 25 years of the 35-year sentence. And taking into consideration the intent of this law that brought us to this hearing today, I would be willing to grant Mr. Gilhooly discretionary parole release. Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very difficult case and a very difficult situation. And as I shared earlier, I can't imagine what those gentlemen went through, the horror and the fear that particular evening. And I think Mr. Gilhooly, said that he did not have any respect for life at that point in time. And it's just really kind of a hard offense to comprehend. But having said that, I agree. He has shown some growth, taken programming, has done some mentoring work, worked a COVID unit as part of this
giving back.
Which I also may have opened his eyes to, the issue of death and dying. I think he mentioned that as well, that he did kind of open his eyes to that. He did talk about remorse and responsibility. I agree, he has 9 years of supervision left. He would have 9 years of supervision if we'd let him out. And of course, he'd be, back if he did something, he'd be back in and serve the rest of his time. I would be willing to grant discretionary parole, but I do have a challenge with the offense in this case. But I would be willing to grant just and hope they, would use the supervision and use the parole officer in a way that really helps him put his life back together again, and create that opportunity for him to be able to share this story with other individuals, like he said, to help make a difference, because there's so many things going on in the streets today.
Ms. Chance.
So while I agree that Mr. Gilhooly has currently changed his background and has begun to give back, and I do agree with you, serving during COVID was a pretty monumental moment for him. He is on the right path that he needs to be on. But for me, the nature of the offense, it is just absolutely so egregious. And the fact that, the SRG ticket in December of 2018 certainly does not sit well with me. And so for me today, it would be a deny. I would be in favor of hearing him in a couple of years, but that's where I am today.
So this will be a majority decision. As far as conditions, I have no contact with the co-defendant. As a juvenile, do we say the co-defendant's name in the record?
Don't think so.
Okay. And the surviving victim, we have those initials. And although he is self-motivated, I am going to suggest the mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary. Was there anything else by way of conditions that either of you had?
Took anger management, but it was back in 2006.
No. He is going to his wife in Vernon.
Yeah.
So I think that pretty much said. I know his mental health status is a one, and I probably could have asked about it before.
Well, he talked about counseling and how important he thinks therapy can
So
be.
he would do that on its own.
No, I have it as a step because I want to have some confidence that it's going to happen and not, possibly get lost in the priorities, given some of the struggles that he's had. Okay. All right. So in the matter of Peter Gilhooly, inmate number 279038, there is a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of January 24th, 2025, with the following conditions for your supervision. You're to have a mental health evaluation and engage in treatment as deemed necessary. You're to have no contact with your co-defendant, initials IOE, and you're to have no contact with the victim, initials WM. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
So Mr. Gilhooly, we wish you much success out in the community. We hope you'll build a very strong relationship with your parole officer, and stay in communication with them, especially if you start to struggle with any aspects of living out back in the community.
I will, thank you.
Public Act 23. It is 11:40 a.m. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, that's 20 minutes.
Thank you.
Officially, good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Wingerton. Today is Friday, January 24th, 2025. And this is a Public Act 23169 hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Santiago, the state of Connecticut passed and made effective October 1st of 2023, the Public Act 23169. It's an act concerning parole eligibility for an individual serving a lengthy sentence for a crime committed before the individual reached the age of 21 in criminal history records erasure. You fall this act, under this act, and this means that you are under the age of 21, that the board shall give great weight to diminished culpabilities of juveniles as compared to adults, the harm features of youth, and any subsequent growth and maturity displayed while we're reviewing it for suitability today. Following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they read all statutorily required documents in preparation for this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good afternoon.
Joy Chance, good afternoon.
Panel Member Rodriguez, good afternoon.
So we have Attorney James Mortimer. Attorney Mortimer, can you please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record?
Yes, James Mortimer. My juris number is 434-106. Business address is 400 Post Road, Suite 4, Fairfield, Connecticut 06824.
Thank you. And for the record, I don't believe there's any state's attorney present for this case today. Also present, we have Office of Victim Services Advocate, Ms. Vasquez. Mr. Santiago, can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
My name, Daniel Santiago, 250-357.
Thank you. This is a public hearing in accordance with Chapter 14, Freedom of Information Act, Connecticut General Statute 1-200, which applies to this procedure. Mr. Santiago, if you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the attention of the panel at this time. Again, this is a public hearing. Mr. Santiago, do you have any questions?
No.
Thank you. And are you willing to proceed with the hearing at this time?
Yes.
Thank you. So as previously noted, this is a Public Act 23169 hearing. It's being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Daniel Santiago, inmate number 250-357. Mr. Santiago is serving a sentence of 37 years flat, no probation to follow, for manslaughter on the first degree with firearm, assault in the first degree, robbery in the second degree, larceny in the second degree. There is victim input in this case. There's also an offender accountability plan in place that has been reviewed and shows that he's completed the following programming, which includes anger management, embracing fatherhood, good intentions, bad choices, tier 2, and intensive aftercare. He is also currently maintaining a job assignment. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the RT falls within the moderate risk for recidivism. Mr. Santiago, this is now your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you need parole and you may begin.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I want to thank the board for this opportunity to be seen and heard today. Thank you. I just want to start by saying that I am sorry for my actions on November 26, 1997. There are no words that I could say for the pain I had caused this family. Parents lost a son, brothers and sisters lost a brother, kids lost a father. I am sorry for taking him away. I would like to express my great remorse and sorrow for my actions. I take full responsibility for those actions which caused the loss of a life. I am truly filled with remorse. There is not a day that goes by that I don't think about my actions and how they affected this family. I am sorry. Mike, I am sorry for shooting and injuring you, for the pain that I had caused you and your family as well. I am sorry. I have known Barrick since I was 12 years old. On Monday, before the shooting, Barrick credited me a half ounce of crack cocaine worth $500. The deal was that after I sold it, I would pay him. On Wednesday night, I was down at the projects drinking and smoking marijuana and PCP. I seen Barrett come out the white building across the street from the projects. Barrett said, "Where's my money?" I told him that later on I will pay him. There was a Lincoln Navigator parked in front of the white building. There was a guy named Mike that was with Barrett. He was driving. After Barrett asked me for the money, he then got into the passenger side and Mike drove towards Park Street. But it stopped and came in reverse back to where I was standing. Mike got out the driver's side and started to come at me. Barrett got out the passenger side and he started to move towards me. I got scared and went for the gun in my waist. Mike started to confront me about me playing with other people's money. I seen Barrett reach for his waist. I got scared and I thought he had a gun. I started shooting at everything that was in front of me. I didn't know if I hit anyone until there was a warrant for my arrest. I then turned myself into the Hartford police. That was probably the best decision I had made in my life by that time. I am sorry for what happened, and I take full responsibilities for my actions. I was making the wrong decisions in my life back then at the time. I put myself in the wrong place at the wrong time and made the wrong decisions and bad actions. Being removed from that life, I had learned to be responsible for my actions. I would never go back to that way of life. I wish that I could go back in time and change what happened. Over the past 27 years, I have had the time to sit and reflect over my life. I am not the same 18-year-old person I was at the time of my crime. I have grown, I have matured, and I am a much better person, especially with my decision making. Now I am able to be much more productive and giving back to society by mentoring troubled youth, volunteering my time in the shelters to help the community the best I can. The things I have done over the time of my incarceration has really been beneficial to me. Anger management, good intentions, bad choices, tier 2, embracing fatherhood. I have learned many skills from them programs, which I use on a daily basis, such as listening to others, taking criticism, and being open-minded. I am now able to communicate better. The 2 programs that benefited me the most was tier 2 when I did it the first time, and good intentions and bad choices. I was abusing alcohol and drugs, and I thought I did not have a problem. I was in denial, making bad decisions because of my addiction. Now that I have been clean for 27 years, I see that I had an addiction. The program helped me to be clean and stay clean. When I get out, I will continue by going to AA and having a sponsor and having people to call when I need help so I don't make bad choices. I have received my high school diploma and took multiple programs, carpentry, commercial cleaning. I have also been working in industry program here at the MacDougall facility as a painter in the spray booth.
for over 12 years plus. We do work for the Department of Child and Family as well as for the University of Connecticut and many other organizations. I also train other inmates in my field of work, develop my work skills in other areas of the program. I plan on opening up my own auto body shop, and those skills will be beneficial to my success. So I could be much more productive if granted the opportunity to be released. I would like to thank the board once again for the opportunity to be seen and heard, and I do promise that I will be a productive member of society if given this opportunity. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Santiago. We appreciate that you took the time to write all that out. You've covered a lot of details for us, but we have prepared questions for you based on the documents that we had available and that were submitted. So we will begin those questions with my colleague, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Santiago.
Good morning.
Yeah, just want to be clear on a couple of things. One, you were originally charged with murder. You went to trial. Jury found you not guilty of the murder, but lesser charge of manslaughter 1. That's correct.
Yes.
Yeah, that's correct. You applied for, you had got over 60 years sentence. You applied for sentence modification. You got that in 2022.
Yes.
23 years off your sentence.
Yes.
You then applied for a commutation in 2022, but it was denied.
Yes.
Okay. This was, having read this was obviously very a drug-related situation. Story that you're telling is a little bit different than what I've read. So for me, there's a little discrepancy in the story. I'm trying to understand. You were released. You were in a facility. You were then released. When you were released, this happened.
Yes.
Why did you end up getting a gun on your release?
Because I was the victim of gun violence myself. I was shot when I was 17.
Okay, so that's not going to change when you're released again. What changes you from getting a gun when you go out again because you were shot once before?
Oh, now it's different because I learned from my mistakes not to be in an environment of drugs, carrying a gun, selling drugs. That's not the same person I was then. I'm not doing that now. I'll get my ass to work and do what I got to do instead of being in the streets selling drugs and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, clearly that's what precipitated all of this event to begin with. Upon you, besides the fact that you ended up where did you get the gun when you came out?
What you call it? A drug, crackhead.
You bought it on the street.
Yeah, I bought it on the street, basically.
Yeah, no, you never had a permit for it. You could never get a permit for it, right?
Yes.
You get a record. You didn't know how to handle the gun. You know how to handle the gun? You clean it and all that stuff?
No.
No. So you just had a gun. God knows what could have happened. You could have ended up hurting yourself with the gun that backfired on. But you didn't. You ended up shooting 6 times. They found 6 shell casings.
Yes.
And I'm not sure how you figured you weren't going to hit anybody because you said that these folks were running at you, so you didn't know if you hit anybody. You took off and ran. You left. Bless you. Go ahead.
Bless. I hear what you said.
I said so. You fired 6 times. You didn't. You didn't just shoot the gun in the air and run away to scare them. You fired them running at you.
Yes, I was shooting the gun.
Yeah. Do you still say it was self-defense?
I would say.
I mean, that's you took responsibility. I'm assuming.
No, that's what I'm saying. That I don't consider self-defense because I should have never been there in the first place with a gun. I should have never been there selling drugs in the first place. I should have been home with my kids and my wife, taking care of my kids.
Yeah, that would have really put you out of this situation anyway.
Yes.
Couple of good things in terms of your favor, your employment work in the facility. You got some very good evaluations.
Thank you.
And that the fact that you've done the specialty in painting, which is going to probably benefit you at some point when you do get released.
Yes.
One of the concerns that I had was around your programming. I know you took anger management probably when you first came in. At one point when you were in early on in 2006.
Yeah.
But your subsequent programming after that was quite a few years later. Why was that?
Due to my time I had, they was trying to get people that was closer to leaving the programs first so they could benefit them. Now that they took time off my sentences, I was available to get them.
Oh, so that's when you decided to start taking your program.
No.
When did you come to the realization that you needed to kind of change your life around?
When I see my daughter crying when she came to visit me.
When was that?
That was 07.
07.
Yeah.
Because you had, quite a few tickets. Although your last one was in 07.
Yes. That was it right there.
That explains your not having any tickets beyond that?
Yes.
And how did you manage to stay out of that issue with tickets?
Just start doing working, doing other programs, activities that the facility give us. And continue trying to better myself every day.
Yeah. I mean, can you share like what were some of the things that you were doing in between that time, from the time that you got that realization to 2021 when you took I think embracing fatherhood in 2021? What kinds of things were you doing in between that time?
I was most of the time
Just working.
I worked from 6:30 to like 6:30 in the afternoon. Most of my whole day is at work, painting and working and learning other skills over there too. That they got welding and how to sew and carpentry and stuff like that. So on my time that I don't got nothing to do in my shop, I go to the other shops and learn them skills.
So you picked up a lot of different skill sets.
Yes.
Working skill sets for yourself.
Yes.
And you utilized them as you were doing work in the facility?
Yes.
I saw some of your projects that you did.
Yes.
Those are your projects specifically?
Yes, that's the finished work I do.
Yeah. Yeah, it looked like it was pretty good work. So it looks like you have some real good skills that hopefully will help you when you are released.
God willing.
So talk to me about, because this was a very serious charge, right? Both of these. Have you thought about the impact of this situation on the families of these individuals?
It's every day I think about that, because I would never wish this on nobody, especially on my family either. And it was something that it should have never happened.
I mean, back then you were probably a very serious kind of individual on the streets, right? You had a nickname, right?
Yeah.
What was your nickname on the street?
They called Danger.
Danger. Why did they call you that? Why did you pick up that nickname?
Because they used my name, Daniel, and shortened it to that.
Daniel to Danger?
Yeah.
Okay. Not because you were, bad on the streets or had a rep on the streets or.
Nah, everybody in the project and stuff
They
like
could
that.
have called you Danny. They could have called you Dan. But they called you Danger. I'm trying to figure that out.
No, a few
Sounds like
people,
a pretty serious street name for somebody.
now people call me Dad, Danny Boy. It didn't matter, but
Yeah, people knew you as danger because that's what I read in the
Yes,
document.
yes.
They knew you as danger. So there must have been something associated with that. What was associated with that? With that
I don't
name?
know. I was
Ice,
never,
salt,
I was never a violent person like that.
such a weird thing to have such a name. All right. So you did complete your GED, which is really positive.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a positive thing. And that will also, create some steps for you when you are released. Tell me a little bit about your support system on the outside.
I got both of my brothers, my mom's. I got my daughter, and she's now 26, about to be 27. And I communicate with my aunts in Puerto Rico and stuff like that. I
You
stay
still
in contact
communicate with them
anybody.
now? You communicate
Yeah.
with them now?
Yes.
Yeah. So it seems as if you have some support out in the community. But
Not
yourself.
just, yeah.
Not just what? You gonna say something else?
No, I was gonna say that most of everybody's out of state.
Is it your plan to leave the state?
Yes.
Yeah, with your brother, right?
Yeah, well, in Maryland, yes.
Let's talk a little bit about the program that you've taken, because I want to just hear a little bit more about that. You're taking Good Intentions, Bad Choices, and you said that was one of the programs that was, more impactful for you, something that really impacted you and your thinking, and also your Tier 2. So tell me a little bit about those two programs, a little bit more, and what really you gained from them.
Like when I was younger, I was abusing drugs and alcohol, and like I didn't understand the big impact of what drugs could do to you. So Tier 2 was helping me a lot, how to think about what I was doing and what I was doing to myself, to my body, to my mind. And
And the
when,
drug you were abusing was very serious, right? PCP.
yes, and at that time I didn't know what it was. I just thought it was just regular weed with it was just wet weed. I was just smoking it till now that I got knowledge of what it is and what it do to you and how it mess up your mind and stuff like that. Now I got more clear of what it is.
That's what Tier 2 helped you with?
Yeah. Yes.
How about good? I also have that you went into aftercare this past year. Are you still in aftercare?
Aftercare.
I have that you went into intensive aftercare. 2024.
You said it in your opening statement, sir.
Yeah.
That's the Tier 2 or the Good Intentions, Bad Choices?
It's what comes after.
That's
Tier
after,
2.
right? It comes after Tier 2.
I don't remember that. I took Tier 2 twice. That's what I'm trying to say. I did it.
But intensive aftercare is it's a whole different thing though, right? It's not Tier 2 is Tier 2. Aftercare comes after Tier 2.
Well, I think aftercare was the same thing as Tier 2. Or it was
What 2 years did you take Tier 2?
Yeah.
I took Tier 2 07 and then I took it again
2024.
Yeah,
Last
24.
year.
Last year.
Yes. I took it twice.
What work have you been doing around setting up your relapse plan for yourself on the outside? What work have you been doing on that?
I wrote Holly to see if she could send me a package. She just sent me a package of about the halfway houses and stuff like that, and what I could do if I get to the halfway house and stuff like that.
Well, halfway house is one thing, but I'm thinking more around substance abuse, relapse prevention, and have you contacted CCAR? Do you know about CCAR?
I don't know nothing about, like, all this came at the last minute because, like I was saying, I was doing 60 years, so now I'm doing 37, and I get a chance for release. So now it's just everything just falling in place.
After having taken Tier 2, you weren't following CCAR? a recovery coach,
You have a relapse prevention
relapse,
plan,
yeah.
sir.
Yeah, I got a plan when I get out of going to find me a sponsor and finding me the closest AA program that I could go to and volunteer in it as well.
Well, Ms. Stanley, it would be good if you did that in advance of you going out. If you began to set that up before going out, so you're not finding yourself in any kind of stressful situation on the outside and not having those support systems set up for yourself already. So that's something you need to start working on while you're there now, not afterwards.
But
You know what I mean?
if I was going to get released to Maryland, I would start doing the plans over there. But I don't know.
I probably should even do it before going to Maryland, because that's even more of an issue, right? I mean, I think those plans need to be done in advance of coming out, set up so that when you're out there and you already know where you're going to be going, who you're going to be contacting, what agency you're going to be working with. And you have a tablet?
Yeah.
It should help you, do some of those things. And if you can't connect with somebody in Maryland, you can connect with C-CAR or somebody here to begin to set that up for you. Not to think about doing it when you get there. You want to have as much prepared before you release, not after, right?
Yeah.
So that's that's kind of a slight concern for me, because I think that needs to be put in place before even coming out. Anything else? Any other programming that you think you could be taking that could help you out even more? Because your anger management you took a while back.
Yes, that was 07 too.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. Maybe something you should take a refresher in or get back involved in that, just to kind of make sure that you kind of got those programs change. They add things, they add new things, to help you out, to give you better skills at being able to handle your anger. Because it seems from your history that there's been significant issues with anger. Would you agree with that?
Since 17, 18 years, I ain't been in trouble. I ain't get into no fight. I learned how to deal with my anger, how to talk through. When I get in arguments with dudes or something on the basketball side, I sit there and let everybody just relax, and then we go and talk about it and stuff like that.
Can you give an example of having used those skills?
Like on the basketball court, when I play ball, it get intense, and we get in arguments. It get to the point that dudes want to fight, but we'll wait and we'll talk about it when everybody's cool down, and then we'll we'll talk through. We talk through.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I want to be upfront and honest with you. I mean, I'm concerned that you just recently taken programming that, although you do have a plan to go to your brother's place in Maryland, that some of the things are not set up for you right now. I think that you've gotten some really good skills to be able to get some work when you do get out. And I think you've taken some programming and you've learned some things, but I'm not sure that how ready you are at this point. I'm going to let my colleagues ask some questions and see where that takes them. And if I have any further questions, I'll come back to ask them. But I want to thank you for answering my questions, and good luck to you.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Chance?
Yeah, so Mr. Santiago, I just want to take you back a little because I'm just trying to understand your mindset. So, prior to your trial, you were offered 30 years if you pled guilty to murder.
Yes.
But you said no, that your defense was going to be that you were intoxicated at the time of the offense, and you wanted a 25-year sentence.
Yes, that's
and
what
they did not agree.
Yes.
So you went to trial.
Yes.
And you were acquitted of murder, but you were found guilty of the manslaughter first with a firearm and guilty of the assault first degree.
Yes,
So your total sentence at the time was actually 65 years. And then in July of 2000, they vacated it. I think I read the Connecticut General Statute was 53-202K, where it was, it's called like a sentence enhancement. And then they reduced your sentence to 60 years.
yes,
And finally, you received a sentence modification in July of 2022. So they reduced your manslaughter from the original 40 to 37 and the assault from 20 to 15, but they made them concurrent as
yes,
opposed to consecutive,
yes,
right? So I am aware, and then in December of 2022, you applied for the commutation, which they denied because they thought your sentence of 37 years was appropriate.
yes,
So I asked those because I want to understand the period between when you took your other programs to just starting to take programs. You took the Embracing Fatherhood in 2021 and the Good Intentions, Bad Choice in Tier 2 in 2024.
yes,
So you weren't doing programs for a long period, but I read all your job assignments, and it appears that those were a priority for you because you worked in the industry as a painter and you were teaching other people to paint.
yes, yes,
Right? And then you said you have maintained your job assignments for the past 12 years. You were a unit worker and you were a chairman.
yes.
So was it your choice to choose to do the work as opposed to programs?
You know, due to the time I had, they was not allowing me to do programs. They was trying to give it to guys that was closer out the door. Like now, I'm close out the door, so now they're putting in my OAP to give it to me to do them. So every time they put them in my OAP, I did them.
You know, okay. So when you were being interviewed by our parole officer, and I read, you know, what she wrote, it's apparent from the questions you were asked and the responses that you gave her that at that time you didn't express much remorse for the victims. So today I hear in your opening statement that you're expressing remorse. When did it occur to you? Because I'm assuming that I'm going back to your original sentence when you didn't want to accept it, but you never discussed or expressed any remorse at any time, but today for the victim. So what caused you to change your mind, realizing the seriousness of your impact on the victim?
My sentence. On my sentencing,
You did.
You apologized at sentencing.
You did at sentencing.
yes,
Which one?
I did both. Even my sentence modification as well.
Right. You got a sentence modification.
And I apologize in there too.
Yeah. I was just curious when the PO was interviewing you that you didn't mention any of that.
Because she was talking to me and asking me questions. And when she asked me about the crime, she was asking me about the crime and when I moved on to the next question. She didn't give me a chance.
But the crime had an impact on the victim.
Yes.
So, you also mentioned to my colleague that you decided to change your life, not because of what you did, but because of your daughter's visit in 2007. So what was it about her visit that caused you to change how you look at your life versus what you did to the victim?
My mom's had custody of my kids, both of them, my son and my daughter. By me catching the ticket, I lost visitation, contact visitation. So when my daughter came up to see me, she wanted to hug me, and she couldn't. So she started crying, and it broke my heart seeing her cry because I already put a lot of people through pain, and putting her through it as well for my actions in here made me cry. It made my mom cry at the same time. So we were, all three of us was crying in the visiting room, and I didn't want to see that vision again of all of us crying together like that.
So what are the specific reasons why you think today that we should find you suitable?
I'm not the same 18-year-old that was running around reckless. I'm mature. I'm making better choices in my life. I know I could be a productive member of society, giving back to society. And I know I changed a lot since I've been here on these 27 years.
So I know you want to go to Maryland to your brother.
Yes.
So have you contacted your brother about what's going to happen when you get there?
Yes.
And what's going to happen?
He's gonna help me get a job, get my credit up, go find me the programs I need to get to, and start doing my steps I got to get my life together.
So I don't know what the outcome of it's going to be today, but eventually when you do get released, if you do before your 37 years is up, you're gonna have a parole officer.
Yes.
So you have been out on previous releases in the community. Do you remember any of those and why you didn't do well on them?
The first one was I was young. I was ignorant. I was young and ignorant.
But today you think you're educated and responsible.
Yes.
Okay, well, further questions for you here.
Okay.
Thank you for answering my questions, Mr. Santiago.
So, Mr. Santiago, I understand your relationship with your son is strained. He's angry with you?
Yes.
Okay, how are you gonna fix that? Where does he live?
He live in Florida.
Okay. How are you gonna make an effort to build that bridge?
Definitely.
And how will you do that?
I get in touch with him, talking to him, trying to get in touch with him and being involved around him and trying to get him over wherever I'm at. And if I can visit him, I'll go visit him and spend some time with him.
Have you ever tried writing letters to express yourself, to acknowledge the pain that he's probably feeling? Any of that?
I wrote him a couple of times, but I don't get no response from him.
Yeah, well, that's understandable. He's mad at you. You haven't been there for him. So, I'm asking because this is not going to be easy. You should feel fortunate that you have contact with your daughter, but, you're going to have to persist in trying to be in your son's life. And you're going to have to make amends for not being there, right?
Yes.
Okay. So where does your daughter live?
In Florida too.
Okay. So you've, as you said, held a job for a long time. Do you have any money saved?
Yes.
Great. Okay. You never had a job on the outside. You were just selling drugs.
Yes.
And you were selling crack cocaine.
Yes.
So you were, that wasn't a drug you ever used, right?
I never used that.
Okay. So the scenario is, sir, that you were profiting, you were lining your pockets off of people suffering with an addiction to a very difficult substance to beat, right?
Yes.
Okay. So in a way, you were exploiting their addiction.
Yes.
By selling it and causing harm to those who love them.
Yes.
Their kids who needed the food for money or the money for food and so forth.
Yes.
So I'm bringing this up because you referred to these people suffering with an addiction as crackheads. Do you hear how utterly disrespectful that is to another human being?
Yes. And I apologize for that because I'm a little bit nervous, and that's the first thing that came out of my mouth when it shouldn't.
Okay, but you do realize that it is offensive.
Yes.
Especially from somebody who is instrumental in keeping them addicted to that substance. You.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I just I heard it and I was like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Okay, but it's not just about the language, it's about how we think about people. And these are people suffering with an addiction, and you're using a disparaging slang expression to dehumanize them. And that's a problem because you helped create their problem by selling them the drugs. Drugs you weren't even using to support your own habit. You were just using because you weren't willing to hold down an actual job.
Yes.
And you were 18 and a half when you committed this crime. Many of us got jobs at 16 and have worked ever since. So, I'm just putting it out there. I know we had different backgrounds, but it was your choice, the series of choices. So you only have the one brother, right?
I got two.
Oh, you have two. Okay. So the brother that you're going to sponsor to, is he the one that was behind all the trouble you were getting into in the community?
No, it's the other one.
So what's the brother that was what's his first name? The one that was getting you in trouble?
David.
Okay.
David.
All right. So you're going to Ernesto. Did David ever know about the position he was putting you in with the people he was dealing with who were beating you up because they were trying to get to him?
At that time, I told him about it, but.
Okay. So you didn't have anybody looking out for you. Are both of your brothers older than you?
Yes,
So you were in Cheshire, then MacDougall, and back to Cheshire, correct?
yes.
Okay. So, I'm happy for you that you have life goals. This auto body shop sounds great. You know, the way people are driving nowadays, you know, the accidents are all over the place. So there's a lot of work for people who are going to fix cars. Are you going to be able to use your painting skills as part of the auto body? Is that some of the work that you're going to do?
Yes, yes.
All right. But you're going to go to your brother's and you're going to work in a junkyard.
Yes, for the meantime,
Okay.
I'll get myself
All right.
together.
Have you ever sat down and written out like the steps to getting to that goal?
Yes,
Okay, so in terms of loans and in terms of
yes,
having a business plan and all of that. Okay, because you can't jump from junkyard to auto body shop owner.
Oh, no,
There are a lot of steps in between.
yes.
Okay. All right, just want to make sure you appreciate that, you know, there are a lot of small goals make up to the big goal. Okay. You know, I'm impressed with the jobs that you've had in the facility. And I get the timing with the programs. But one thing that really stood out for me is that you had alternatives to violence on your OAP.
Yes,
And in June of last year, you asked for it to be removed. Why?
when?
June of 12th of 2024. You signed a revision form asking for alternatives to violence to be removed.
Oh, yes, I did. And then
Why?
they put it back because they said that it should have never been in my OAP. So I talked to the lady. She said, yes, you should have never been in your OAP. It's supposed to be a volunteer program. And
It
then
is. It is on a lot of people's OAPs. So, like, if they're going to offer you a program, why would you say no? Is it because you were coming before us today? You knew that it was upcoming and you didn't want to look like you had a program you didn't finish?
Yes,
Okay. You know, I appreciate your honesty, but you know what that means to me? Manipulative. I'd rather you come before us with a program on your OEP you hadn't been able to get into yet than doing an end run to get it removed from your OAP so you wouldn't look bad. Do you see the difference?
I understand.
Yeah, because yeah, you took anger management back in 2006. You know, any program, you can benefit from any program. And, you know, that could have been a good one. So what did you learn from Tier 2 about the substance PCP?
How they mess with your brain and how it don't let you think right, how it slows your brain down.
Well, I want you to know that it causes permanent damage to the structure of your brain.
Yes.
And your brain cannot recover from the damage. So it's literally like taking an ice cream scoop and scooping out parts of your brain that are gone forever. And the important thing to know about the drug, and anybody who's listening, we don't know yet what the impact is as you age. Whether there's a strong connection to dementia and Alzheimer's and other brain diseases based on the brain's exposure to that toxic substance. So it's just, when I hear that people made a habit of that drug, it concerns me immensely because it is so destructive. Okay. Last question. What do you understand? What do you understand about AA?
AA is an addiction of people that need help and need help to recover from their addiction. And somebody that is abusing drugs and alcohol as well.
Because there's Narcotics Anonymous and there's Alcoholics Anonymous. And honestly, with your history, you can go to both.
Yes.
But what I'm asking is because has your experience with NA and AA to this point just been sitting in meetings?
Just going to meetings and listening and stuff like that and learning from others.
So it's hearing outside speakers, perhaps?
Yes, they come to the facility.
All right. Do you understand that there are different kinds of AA meetings and NA meetings?
Not really.
Okay. So throughout every community in Connecticut, and I'm sure in Maryland, because it's national, meetings are held in churches, in firehouses, in community settings. And some are speaker meetings where someone is identified ahead of time to share their story and their recovery. There are all men meetings, if you feel more comfortable in the company of just men. There are step meetings. And that means that the meeting is focused on working on the 12 steps. Have you heard of the 12 steps?
Yes.
Okay. So, you know, the whole tenet, the whole structure of AA and NA is based on the 12 steps. So it's the way that you work on yourself and your recovery. And it's, you know, accepting powerlessness. It's making amends. There are all these different ways that you can live your recovery and acknowledge the harm that you did with your addiction to those who loved you and your community. And, you know, deepen the commitment within yourself to living clean and sober. So what happens when you get to step 12?
Continue. They don't stop.
You start all over again.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Have you done any step work?
I've been using no drugs or abusing no alcohol here. So I just work on.
Do you think you have a problem with addiction?
Yes. Always going to be.
All right.
Always going to be help with stuff like that.
Okay. So a lot of people who used to use drugs are part of that recovery community in AA and NA. And they continue not to use because they have the supports of a network of people who know what it's like to struggle with an addiction and to make the decision every day, sometimes every hour of every day, to live in recovery. And I hope that you will find for yourself a recovery community wherever it is you decide to live.
All right, thank you.
You know, I'm happy for you that you've been clean and sober, but addiction is still a relevant issue in your life, Mr. Santiago.
Yes.
All right, so we're going to turn the hearing over at this point to the Office of Victim Services. Ms. Vasquez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. I do have the sister of the deceased victim here on the phone with me, and she would like to address the board members. This will be your opportunity to address the board members and only the board members, and you may begin.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Crystal Pitts. I'm Barrett's Applewhite's sister. I have my daughter, his niece, Quantina Minifeld. Good afternoon to the board.
Good afternoon.
My heart still hurts every day. My mom went to her grave hurting behind Mr. Santiago's action. It's really hard to listen to this man talk, and he gets to talk to his mother. He gets to talk to his daughter. My niece can't talk to her father. He can't see her grow up. He has grandchildren that he will never see. Let my daughter speak now, because my heart is hurting. Sorry about that.
Hi, board. My name is Quantina Minifield. I'm Barrett's Applewhite niece. I remember when I was 10 years old when we got that call. We never celebrate Thanksgiving anymore. 27 years because of that tragic of that day. My cousins, his kids, that he never wrote to them or apologized or even acknowledged them to let them know that he was sorry that he took their father's life of jealousy. For a person to harm another person, to murder them, that's wrong. He should sit there and finish doing the rest of his time, because he should have never got anything taken off. My family ain't never been right since that day. Never. And it's sad to say that we have to say this to a person, but he deserved to sit in there. Ain't no changing. Taking drugs like that, you took that drug to make yourself, to amp yourself up to murder somebody. You sat there and you waited in that bush for my uncle to get out the truck. You took an innocent life for no reason. There is no excuse for that. No excuse. It's sad to say that your daughter's suffering, but guess what? His kids are suffering as well. My grandmother suffered as well. She had to bury her youngest child. Her youngest child. He was supposed to have been burying my grandmother, but she had to bury her son, her baby boy. And his kids suffer every day. You know where they have to bring their kids to go see their grandfather in a graveyard. They have to introduce their kids. This is your grandfather. This is his grave. They looking at a tombstone. Every Thanksgiving, no celebration. Thanksgiving is supposed to be a holiday where you thankful. You see all your family members. You sit down, y'all eat together. But we don't have that no more. 27 years ago, it's gone. As me, I would not let him out. He shouldn't take nothing off. I don't care about all them programs. He should have been doing that when he was out, when he was 18 years old. His actions was terrible. There's no need for even him to keep coming up for board, for parole, or for anything. It should be automatically denied. There's nobody ever going to change. You murdered somebody, and then you want to keep making up a whole nother story until you tell the truth. The truth will set you free. But you lie and you keep denying everything. You saying about your family, but what about our family? You ain't never write our family and apologize or anything. You never wrote to none of his kids and apologized for taking their father away from them. I was 10 years old when my grandmother got that call. 10 years old, and I am 37 today. And I remember it like it was yesterday. Like it was yesterday. I don't care how many programs he done did, he would never change. Because if he get out, all he gonna do is go right back to the drugs, because the drugs is always on the street. There is no changing. He should not be released. He should not have anything taken off. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your input. Ms. Vasquez, if you have the opportunity to explain to the victim's family that DOC would prohibit Mr. Santiago from having any contact and writing such a letter of remorse, I would appreciate it.
Absolutely. I can do that, Madam Chair. Thank you. This is all that I have for this particular case.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vasquez. As I previously indicated on the record, the state's attorney's office is not present today for today's proceedings. So we'll resume and offer Attorney Mortimer an opportunity to make any final remarks or statements. You may do so now.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the board. My name is James Mortimer. I have the privilege of being assigned counsel for Mr. Santiago today. Obviously, I heard from Mr. Applewhite's family, and I certainly would like to express my remorse both for their loss as well as the continued trauma of experiencing proceedings like these. I certainly understand the difficulties and how taxing these experiences are. Mr. Santiago has been now incarcerated for over 27 years following the offense that Danny committed when he was 18 years old. He appears before this board, a grown man, a father, now a grandfather. He'll be turning 46 years old next month. He spent his entire adult life incarcerated. By way of Public Act 23169, Mr. Santiago became parole eligible obviously 4 years ago. And just briefly by way of background, I've had the privilege of knowing Mr. Santiago for 7 going on 8 years now at this juncture. And over these years, I've certainly had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Santiago, get to know his family, his brothers, his daughter Heavenly, who I believe are all watching here today. And during the course of my preparations for this proceeding, I was taking a look through Mr. Santiago's older files. And I saw Mr. Santiago described by one of his prior attorneys, Ted Koch, as a jolly teddy bear. And I've found some degree of humor in that because that is precisely kind of the disposition and the assessment I had made of Daniel when I first met him years ago. And this is because Daniel has a kind and gentle disposition about him. When you speak with him, his calm demeanor, but also a kind of youthful optimism and kind of his approach to the world. In more serious conversations with Mr. Santiago over the years, I've come to understand that his faith is deep-rooted faith in Christianity. It's kind of shining through in that optimism. He's someone that's deeply Christian, and his faith has largely shaped the individual that sits before you here today. Mr. Santiago is no orator or great writer. He's struggled greatly with respect to his underlying elementary, middle, high school years till he ultimately dropped out. And I believe, as Dr. Lopez had noted in his assessment of Mr. Santiago, perceptive learning disabilities. When Mr. Santiago entered the correctional system, he could not read, he could not write. He still, to some degree, struggles with reading and writing. Mr. Santiago spent an immense period of time trying to prepare something to read to this board, and it was not without difficulty. Mr. Santiago, instead of continuing on with his education, when that was ultimately became a possibility through the Pell Grant program some years ago, chose instead to remain working. Long, arduous shifts in industries where he's been for a significant period of time. But I certainly wouldn't want the board to confuse his difficulties in speaking, his nervousness, his difficulties in writing as a lack of thoughtfulness and a lack of consideration with respect to the events that brought him here in his development over the course of the past 27 years. Daniel has been deeply and consistently remorseful with respect to his conduct back in November of 1997. I don't think a day has gone by that Daniel has not given a great degree of thought, both to Mr. Applewhite's family, as well as Mr. Ibsher and his family, for the harm and the consequences that Daniel's decisions brought about that day. Daniel clearly wishes he could go back 27 years and relive in the events of that day, having made different decisions. The obvious consequences of this conduct were far-reaching, affecting Mr. Santiago's family, Mr. Applewhite's family, Mr. Ibsher's family, the community. Daniel does recognize that. And during our conversations about his conduct and what led to that point and what transpired thereafter, Daniel certainly shed his tears over the years in his discussions with me. And in these conversations, Daniel apologizes for what he terms leaking during addressing the more kinds of emotional moments or aspects of his situation. But I just would like the board to understand that when Mr. Santiago, both in the streets and when he entered the prison system, he was not born into an opportunity with a traditional childhood, traditional norms. Mr. Santiago was not positioned in a manner which he could be expressive of his emotions, evidenced perceived weaknesses. It was dangerous. It was dangerous in the streets, and it was dangerous in prison in the 1990s. Mr. Santiago entered the Department of Corrections when offender accountability plans didn't exist. He did take steps to engage in positive and productive behavior programming when he could. He certainly enrolled in vocational training and then ultimately the industries and professional work as soon as practicable. And he's proud of the work he has done. He has reason to be. Each one of the voluminous staff reports that we had submitted in conjunction with his with my memorandum, I submitted evidences. He's good at what he does. He's good at working with other individuals. He's good at training younger inmates. Mr. Santiago was born into a life where he was molded to deal drugs. As one of the reports that was submitted in Dr. Lopez's assessment of Mr. Santiago evidences, Mr. Santiago was put in a position where he was watching his parents package and run drugs and seeing the successful consequences of that when he was a child. This is not the kind of traditional norms where we would typically expect someone to graduate from high school successfully and go into the productive workforce. He was being shown by everyone around him, this is how you get by, and you get it by dealing in narcotics. But Danny's now been sober for decades. Of course, he had his own struggles with respect to alcohol, with respect to marijuana use, and obviously PCP use, which I suspect have had some, as Reverend Turner pointed out earlier, I think some significant consequences cognitively for Mr. Santiago through the course of his early development and even into this future. And the board's absolutely right that is not something that can be undone. And Mr. Santiago certainly recognizes that. And in the pursuit of his own sobriety, has certainly had occasions to discuss that with younger individuals he works with in terms of the ultimate price you pay for this kind of lifestyle. So what I thought is really striking with respect to Mr. Santiago's case particularly, and it's certainly something that I've seen on occasion before, but the kinds of contrast in Mr. Santiago's situations really striking. And that's when we look at the first 20 years of Mr. Santiago's life. He's dealing with what Dr. Lopez described as an indoctrination into the street life and into narcotics, from being teased, bullied, beaten, shot, chased down in the streets, just chaos and trauma in his earlier years, then drug and alcohol dependency to cope. And obviously, Mr. Santiago himself started a family as very much a child himself, dropping out of high school at ninth grade to try to make ends meet and get by in the only manner in which he knew. But when we look at the last 20 years, compare that to the last 20 years of Daniel's life, we're looking at what Dr. Lopez had noted as evident patience and responsibility that Mr. Santiago's exhibited over the past couple of decades. No physical altercations, no threats, no disobedience, no alcohol dependency, no marijuana use, and certainly, as the board's aware, these are opportunities available to Mr. Santiago here. He could have made very different choices over the last 20 years, but chose instead to stick with his recovery and proceed in a manner he feels most conducive to his future well-being, and also setting examples for his children. And that is certainly one of the more emotional moments that I've had with Mr. Santiago in discussing himself and his situation, is the guilt Mr. Santiago feels, obviously for what occurred 27 years ago, but in the absence from his own presence from his children's lives, and kind of the inability to assist them in making different choices. He's limited in his ability to role model for them here. He can choose to be sober, but kids are thinking, well, you're incarcerated. How difficult is that be? Could that be? Not really understanding the kinds of struggles individuals experience while incarcerated. So that has certainly been a source of difficulty for Mr. Santiago over the years. But time on and time again, Mr. Santiago has made the right decision. Now, the board asked Mr. Santiago to provide an example of kind of how he's dealt with confrontation and in a different manner since he's been incarcerated. And Mr. Santiago has difficulty answering questions, but some time ago I had been discussing just this with Mr. Santiago, and he had explained to me probably somewhere in the vicinity of 23 years ago, or maybe 13 years ago, would have been more recent. Mr. Santiago was actually incarcerated with a close friend of Mr. Applewhite's, who had obviously older than Mr. Santiago, bigger than Mr. Santiago, here at MacDougall. So I would think it was 2009 or so. But I approached Mr. Santiago and said, "You killed my boy," and got in his face, and there could have been a very serious issue there. But Mr. Santiago walked it back. He sat down with the gentleman, he talked it through with the gentleman, and they lived together harmoniously, maybe not best of friends by any means, but harmoniously and productively with one another until that individual was ultimately transferred to a lower level institution some years later. But Mr. Santiago, so it's not just in a basketball court, so where Mr. Santiago is diffused and dealt with things differently, but on a daily basis with respect to how he lives his life here. Mr. Santiago, through his hard work, through his remaining compliant with all the conditions of the confinement, is the respect that he shares with staff and the respect that they afford him. He's really exemplified the correctional aspect of incarceration over these last 2 decades. He was born into the world where he was afforded no real chance. When he had no expectation of release in his natural lifetime, Mr. Santiago made a decision to live a very different and very more productive life over the course of these last 27 years. So based on the information that we submit to the board, I would submit that Mr. Santiago has clearly demonstrated that he'll live and remain at liberty in society without violating the law. He's lived and remained in here for 20 years without disobeying an order. The benefits to society, as well as Mr. Santiago, would clearly be greater than his continued incarceration, because at the end of the day, continued incarceration has very little more to offer Mr. Santiago, and he has a great deal more to offer the world than he did 27 years ago. And certainly, through the course of his conduct, through his employment, through his programming, Mr. Santiago has also indicated that he's substantially rehabilitated from the danger that he was 27 years ago. Regardless how long Mr. Santiago spends in prison, he can't undo his actions, but he's going to live under the weight of wishing that he could. He has a home to go to, he has a family to go to, they're waiting for him, they're ready and willing to provide support. Obviously, if any issue arises with respect to such, Mr. Santiago is certainly willing to go to a halfway house in the Bridgeport or New Haven area. He's someone that has proved that he can stand on his own 2 feet. So when we're discussing his reentry plan and kind of network for a recovery network, this is something that's been a little bit amorphous for Mr. Santiago, because he doesn't truly understand yet what his options are. If he goes to Maryland, if he's discharged to Maryland, he has family members that are going to help him and put him in contact with individuals in the recovery networks so that he has a foundation there. If he remains in the Connecticut area in a halfway house, he has certainly numerous individuals that he's been incarcerated with it and that have since transitioned successfully into the community to assist him with respect to recovery here locally in Connecticut, as well as having reached out to individuals like Cybulski. He has contacts, and obviously I will do whatever I can to ensure Mr. Santiago has the resources he needs to successfully reintegrate and be successful in his recovery. So ultimately, we would respectfully request that the Senate Board grant Mr. Santiago parole, the grace of parole. Little purpose would be served by his continued incarceration at this juncture. After nearly 3 decades of incarceration, he has more to offer the world and his family. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, if you'll give us just a few minutes, we're going to discuss and make our decision. Mr. Rodriguez?
It's so difficult. First, I want to let the victims know I appreciate their coming on and sharing with us their emotional losses. I have a sense of understanding that loss. I know it's very, very hard for them. Be very difficult for them. Having said that, early in the statement, Mr. Santiago has had his sentence reduced already 23 years. He is now having the opportunity to be able to be released to discretionary parole. He has done some really good things while in there, even though they weren't all programming when he first started. And again, I understand that he was given a long term, so he couldn't get the program initially. He has taken some program early on. He took the anger management course, but I think I could benefit from something now. His embracing fatherhood is good intentions, bad choice. He had a chance to speak on that and talk about that, and kind of what he got from that programming. He was 18 years old when this happened. A young man from the streets with a nickname like Danger, which kind of leads me to believe that there were other things going on at that particular point in time. He's developed some really very good skills while in the facilities. He's done a lot of his evaluations have all been excellent, very good. I didn't find anything that we shared that not a positive response to his work ethic and his skills and his abilities. He's taught while in the facility. He's taught other individuals to have a trade, to be able to have a trade that I think could be very, very successful for him when he is released. Now, he's had no tickets for the last 18 years, almost.
17
years. Although there was some apology early on in the transcripts around having done this offense, and in fact apologized very much during his opening statement at this point.
So?
Yeah. He has a sponsor with his brother in Maryland, does not intend to stay here. He will have 8 years of supervision if he's released today to help him out. It was not, I thought it hurt him more to not take the alternatives to violence, especially when he had the opportunity to take it, and to some degree was not upfront about it. And that had some effect. I'm leaning toward granting him discretionary parole today. I would like to hear from my colleagues in terms of what they feel. I do have some concerns around a relapse plan, but I think he's working with Gilhooly, who does have some contacts and some information. And if he has to go to halfway house early on, he can begin to kind of do some of that work there. So kind of that's where I'm leaning at this particular point, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Chance?
Mr. Santiago, despite the fact that he was verbally able to maneuver his way to get his sentence down to 37 years. I think one thing that stood out for me was the fact that he had difficulty, learning how to read. But he did persevere and obtain his GED. Concerned when he had the alternative to violence program removed and probably could have redone anger management. But understanding where he's coming from, making the choice to expend his time doing the vocational programs, I think is positive for Mr. Santiago. He has developed very good job skills that he can, go in the community and get a job. Of concern was, his drug score, and he did take tier 2. I was a little bit concerned when he was asked about meetings, which he wasn't involved in, but he does understand some of the concepts. So I think overall he needs to spend quite a bit more time focusing on that, because I know he's been away for so long. It's easy, you go back in the community and, marijuana is there. Hopefully he will have a stronghold on that, knowing that he cannot touch that, and focus on what it is that he needs to do to get his life back together. So I think just overall for today, I do express remorse for the victim's family. I heard everything they said, and it pains me to know that they can no longer celebrate Thanksgiving, because we experienced that in my family. In moving on, I think it would be helpful to Mr. Santiago if he goes out on a discretionary parole, as opposed to leaving him there and then having him go to the streets. So I would be in favor of discretionary today.
I will be voting for Mr. Santiago to go out to discretionary parole. It's taken a major turn in his life from the upbringing that brought him to the circumstances of the day that he shot and killed the victim and injured the other party. I think what really made a difference for me today was his acknowledgement that this really wasn't self-defense. He might have been afraid, but he wasn't in danger. And I think he understood that the jury didn't buy that either, and that was offered at trial. So I think in the interest of public safety, and the reason that we have this particular statute passed in 2023, taking into consideration all of the factors of youth and brain development, I think Mr. Santiago has done a remarkable job to turn his life around, to acquire skills, insights, and a plan for his success when he's back in the community. So at this point, Mr. Rodriguez, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay. I have no alcohol, parole to Maryland with halfway house if needed, and no contact with the family of the deceased BA and the victim MI. Do you have anything to add?
No.
Okay. So in the matter of Daniel Santiago, inmate number 250357, there's a motion to grant parole on or after today's date. of January 24th, 2025, with the following conditions for your supervision. You're to parole to the state of Maryland with a halfway house placement here in Connecticut if needed. You're not to consume any alcoholic beverages. You're to have no contact with the family of the deceased, initials BA, and no contact with the other victim, initials MI. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations, Mr. Santiago. Please go out and do good.
Thank you for the appreciation. I appreciate you.
Thank you, members of the board.
Good luck. Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Wangerton. Today is Friday, January 4th, 2025. This is the Public Act 23-169 hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. For the record, Mr. Best, the state of Connecticut passed and made effective October 1st of 2023 the Public Act 23-169. The act concerns parole eligibility for an individual serving a lengthy sentence for a crime committed before the individual reached the age of 21 in criminal history record erasure. You fall under this act, and this means that you are under the age of 21, that the board shall give great weight to the diminished culpabilities of juveniles as compared to adults, the hallmark features of youth, and any subsequent growth and maturity you displayed while we are reviewing you for suitability today. Following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they've reviewed all statutorily required documents in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Good afternoon, panel member Rodriguez.
Also present this afternoon, we have Attorney Kelly Pettit. Attorney Pettit, if you can please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Kelly Petit with Kirschbaum Law Group. My juris number is 442065, and my business address is 935 Main Street, Level A, Manchester, Connecticut, 06040.
Also present today, we have State's Attorney Maura Coyne. Attorney Coyne, if you can also please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Good afternoon, Maura Coyne from the Bridgeport State's Attorney's Office, 413-916-1061 Main Street, Bridgeport.
Thank you. And your juris number, please.
413-916.
Also present today, we have Office of Victim Services Advocate, Ms. Baskets. Mr. Best, can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Leonard Best, 296765.
Thank you. This is a public hearing in accordance with Chapter 14, Freedom of Information Act, Connecticut General Statute 1-200, which applies to this procedure. Mr. Best, if you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the attention of the panel at this time. Again, this is a public hearing. Mr. Best, do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, and are you willing to proceed with the hearing at this time?
Yes.
Thank you. So previously indicated, this is a Public Act 23-169 hearing. It's being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Leonard Best, inmate number 296765. Mr. Best is serving a sentence of 27 years flat with no probation to follow for assault in the first degree, criminal weapon possession, illegal possession of assault weapon, and weapon in institution. There is victim input in this case. There's also a offender accountability plan in place that has been reviewed and shows that he has completed programming such as anger management, alternatives to violence, Tier 1, understanding and reducing anger feelings, Tier 2, raising fatherhood, voices, and good intentions to bad choices. He also reportedly completed shadow work in Prison of Peace. He's reportedly participating in CPAR's Recovery Coach Academy, mentors youth at NYI, and maintains a job assignment. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls within the moderate papers for a citizen. Mr. Best, this is now your opportunity to express in words why you believe you should be granted parole, and you may begin.
Before you do, Mr. Best, we have the 3-page letter.
Yes.
So was it your intent to read that to us? Because we've read it.
Okay.
So perhaps the most salient points to put on the record would be your opening 2 paragraphs, and then we could move into the questions. We only have 90 minutes for today's hearing.
Okay. Paragraph you want me to say.
Paragraphs, should say.
Okay. Good morning, honorable members of the board. Thank you for allowing me the privilege to speak today. The most important thing I will say today is how deeply sorry I am to Officer Jesse Pizarro, the Pizarro family, and the Bridgeport Police Department. Words cannot fully express any apology I make here today, but I offer you my wholehearted, sincere apology. I know my words aren't enough to prove how remorseful I am. That is why I have done everything in my power to become the man you see before you today. With time and grace, I have come to empathize with the pain and suffering I caused Officer Pizarro and the countless people who continue to love and care for him. I can only imagine the emotional and psychological trauma he and his family have endured at my hands. I pray their pain has become bearable over time. Also, I'd like to acknowledge the Bridgeport Police Department and apologize for my lack of respect and recklessness. Not one day has passed where I have not reflected on my selfish and irresponsible actions that affected so many innocent people.
Well done, sir. And I assure you, we have read all the documents and I studied and marked up your letter, so it has gotten attention. It just seemed like the better use of our time would be to ask you questions. Okay. So you'll have a chance to put all of this on the record as well. Congratulations on your GED and your CNA. Outstanding. Just what we would hope that you would dig in and prepare the foundation of your future, which is what this really looks like to me. So in your opinion, in your perspective, why did this happen?
At that time of my life, I didn't know nothing of myself. I didn't know what I had to offer the world or society. So when I ran out of that car, as sad as it was, that was my only option, was to shoot. And doing the time and putting in the work that I put in, I realized that I had an option. But I also understand that there's the right way, the wrong way, and the long way. The right way is allowing me to pull over and just give the cop my information. But would I be the man that I am right now had I did that? So I try not to question God's plan for my life. So I understand that it happened for a reason. My paths and Mr. Pizarro's paths crossed for a purpose. And it's for me to find myself and to become into the man that I am today.
What would the long way have been?
The long way is what the long way is what God allowed me to take. Because the right way, I don't know would I be the man that I am right now. The wrong way, I could have died. So God allowed the long way where I can go through the tough terrains of life, all the loved ones that I've lost, sitting in prison 21 years, enduring all these things that I've endured. I had to go the long way. He saved me for a purpose. So that's why I believe God gave me the long way.
So you were in possession of these guns because a friend asked you to hold them.
Yes,
and then asked you to bring them the guns. Is that correct?
Yes, they left them at my house. And
well, you allowed them to do that.
Yes, yes.
But have you ever heard from these friends again?
Not one.
Okay, so they didn't put money on your books and come visit you in the facility, look after your family while you were locked up?
None.
Okay. All right, so what did that teach you?
My mother was always right. My mother always warned me about chilling with certain individuals, and I didn't want to listen to my mother. But I come to find out that my mother was right. Mama is always right. She wasn't misleading me. She was just trying to guide me in the right direction and wanted me to be a good man of substance and purpose. But I didn't want to listen to it. I didn't want to reason with that.
She also wanted to keep you safe.
Yes.
This is, I'm sure every mother's nightmare. So have you had experiences there in the facility with others where you thought this was somebody that respected you, that considered you a friend, and had similar misplaced loyalties, and how did you deal with it?
I take pride in mentoring. And I was telling my lawyer earlier, a friend is someone that's going to always tell you the right thing. I can't be your friend and coddle you and tell you what you want to hear. I have to speak the truth to you, because if not, my story could be their story. So if I can stop somebody from having my story, I've done my job. So I have an obligation to tell the truth, whether they like it or not.
So the work that you do at Manson Youth, this is through the Embrace program?
Yes.
What is the message, if you had to boil it down to its basics, what's the message that you're giving those that you are meeting that are walking the path that brought you here?
That life has consequences, that you must be the captain of your own vessel, your own ship, your own mind, body, and spirit. You can't let nobody run you. So I try my best to let them know that if you don't take control of your life, this could be the outcome.
What do you get out of doing that work?
It's very fulfilling. It's just a sense of, it's my debt that I'm paying back for what I've done to Mr. Pizarro, and the stain that I've left on my community, and the shame that I brought to my family name. So I find great pride in just being of service, being selfless for once in my life.
And that's what you've done with the CNA program. Were you doing hospice work there in the facility?
Yes.
So can you talk about how that has also been part of your effort to make amends?
It's sad to see individuals that I played basketball with, and in the instant that they get some grim news that they have cancer. That's the thing about life. Life is just like that. Life changes. Day in and day out, you get some news. So just to sit with an individual that I played cards with, now I'm bathing them, I'm feeding them, I'm changing their diaper. It has brought a lot of respect to myself to know that this could also be me. So being able to take care of these men and restore their dignity that they have lost. Because don't nobody want anyone to change their diaper or have to bathe them, but we all may have to go through that. So I try to put good positivity into the atmosphere so that if it is my turn and like somebody's willing to take care of me and deal with me with compassion and empathy at the end of my life.
So you had to have gone through some sort of process there as you matured to humble yourself to do that kind of work.
Yes.
Because there are a lot of incarcerated people who wouldn't consider work of that nature. So can you talk to me about the process that you went through, that this was a path you chose? Because let's face it, you could have worked in the kitchen.
Yes. To put some context to it, my shift came back in around this time in 2019. And I was mediating a situation between two young individuals, and one of the individuals didn't like what I said. And he told me to F off and invited me to his privates. So I just walked away. And I came back to the situation, and I chose to use that as a learning lesson to teach him that you have the power of life and death in your tongue. That someone you're going to say that to that has nothing to lose could potentially hurt you. And I told him I'm quite frankly tired of disappointing my mother, that my mother can't come visit me because I'm behind this glass. So I had to start thinking not just for myself, but I also had to think for him also. So I chose that moment right then and there to speak and uplift this young man, but not knowing that a crisis was going on in my family that very morning. So I went and locked up, and they popped me out later on at 3:30 and told me to call home. And I called home, and they told me that my mother was in ICU. So everything that I knew right there, I just cried like a baby because everything that I'm doing right now was to make it back home to my mother. And now my mother's in ICU. So my shift and my change came when I got the news that she was passing, and it was inevitable. And they brought me down to Bridgeport to visit her. And I got to see compassion and empathy at the all-time high with these officers as they took these belly chains off me and they took these black box off me, and they allowed me to walk to my mother as she was there taking her last breaths. And I held my mother's hand for the first time in probably 20 years. And I held her hand and I told my mother that for whatever I do from this day forth, I'm going to do something for you. I'm going to make you proud. And that was my shift. 2019, around this time, that I knew that I was never going to let anyone dictate my spirit or interrupt my soul and who I am as a man.
Thank you for sharing that, Mr. Best. Very moving. I'm glad you had that epiphany. And I'm sure your mother's proud of you. So, in addition to your high school diploma and your CNA license, you haven't had a DR in 8 years. You've served as a mentor both at MYI and in the Tier 2 program. You have prepared yourself to assume a position when you're back in the community in a hospital setting, providing care to others, and continuing on this journey. I'm really not sure in my time here at the board that I've seen someone who has made more of an effort to give back. And I hope that Officer Pizarro is listening, because I know that has been a source of inspiration for you, is wanting that officer and the Bridgeport Police Department to know that you are more than the criminal act you committed back in 2004. So you had a very limited criminal history, but you were out messing up. You know, you have an evading charge, you have a running from the police charge, you have larceny 1. You know, so that path needed a major interruption. I'm sorry for everybody for the shape that it took. Because I can't imagine what it was like for Officer Pizarro to face the prospects of losing the career that they invested their heart and soul and their identity into becoming an officer. So perhaps we'll hear more about that as the hearing goes on. You know, I noted that you were on transitional supervision, and within 33 days you had these guns. So, you know, the choices were concerning. And, you know, you have 24 disciplinary reports for this period of incarceration, the last 2 of which were for fighting, and 6 total fighting DRs. And, you know, that gives us pause, because it's like, what the hell? You're doing the same thing in the facility in a structured, controlled environment that you were doing out in the community. You know, have you not gotten the message? But I think you've shown us that, as I wrote down from the documents I read, you moved from being a follower to a leader to a mentor. Tell me what Ice the Beef is.
It's an organization out of New Haven where former incarcerated are basically doing what I do in here. They're going to the core of the issue. They're in these cities and talking to these young kids and trying to prevent this violence that's going on in our cities.
Are these interrupters?
Yes, you have to get to them before my story is their story. So that's what this organization is about.
Yeah. Did they focus on the aftermath of the shooting and the prospects of retaliatory shootings?
Could you say it again?
I'm wondering if this program focuses on the aftermath of a shooting when the risk is highest for there to be a retaliation in the form of another shooting.
Yes, yes. Also, CT VIP does the same thing. It's Connecticut Violence Intervention Prevention. So they do the same thing, and I'm in contact with that group also.
Keep doing that. Because, you know, we're talking about a case from 20 years ago, what you were doing.
Yes.
And I'm hard pressed to see change. You know, in this position, you know, it's as current as, you know, individuals coming before us who were sentenced in 2023, you know, out in the illegal possession of firearms. And, you know, in far too many of the cases being willing to discharge a weapon. And we hear about people who are, you know, in the drug trade and they're carrying a gun to protect themselves, their drugs, and their money. And they're acquiring these guns in the street and they have no idea how to handle them. And that puts the entire community and our law enforcement at great risk. So with all of that said, Mr. Best, you were willing to shoot at a human being. And at sentencing, you referred to your crime as a mistake and an accident. You said you didn't try to shoot and you didn't try to kill the officer. And I'm going to put it to you that if you're in possession of a loaded firearm and you aim it at another human being, there's your intent. That you're willing to put your finger on the trigger of that gun, come what may. Any thoughts about how you describe this crime at sentencing and maybe any changes to how you think about it now?
I've had much time to really reflect on it. And as I put in the work in, I realized you were totally right. I had no business with it, with those weapons. And to even think that I was going to get away was foolish of me. I should have just did the right thing. And it took
the car and
it took this long process. It took this to happen to me, to be able to realize that my actions do have consequences to them.
So beyond the consequences, talk to me about intent and the formation of intent.
I didn't realize what I was doing in the moment at that young age, but me knowing that I had an option, I didn't use the right option. So just firing and doing it, that was unacceptable. That was very unacceptable for me to even do that, because that's not even who I am as a person. Although as misguided as I was at that young age, that still wasn't my nature.
So oftentimes people in your situation that come before us run and they throw the gun. They throw it over a fence. They throw it under a bush. It's very rare, in my experience, 8 years on the board, that you turn around and you fire the gun at the person pursuing you. So why do you think you did that?
I couldn't tell you a answer that would make sense. I was just reckless. I was just very reckless.
Well, I also read irresponsible and cowardly.
Yes.
So, but you agree that this was not an accident, not a mistake?
No.
Well, thank you for walking with me through this deconstruction of the case, because you know, we get snapshots of it at different times. We get the initial police report that we read the pre-sentence investigation, we read the sentencing transcript, and it evolves over time. And I can appreciate the self-serving nature at sentencing of saying, oh, I didn't intend to kill anybody. I didn't intend to shoot that weapon. And yet, you know, with reflection, maturation, and the growth that you've done, I think you can appreciate some of the criminal thinking or the fallacies that were informing your statements leading up to that point in your incarceration where you wanted change.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you talking with me, and I need to allow my colleagues the same opportunity. So I'm going to pass it on to Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chairwoman has done a lot of good questioning for you already. You've answered a lot of my questions that I would have had. Your story of how you got to the shifting of your behavior and who you are around your mother was very, very powerful. And I just wanted you to know that. Absolutely, it seems that you really, I was not expecting this individual coming into this. And you know, you've really done a lot of work and made a lot of different kinds of amendments and have given back. And I do know Ice the Beef. I know that they do good work. So I know the organization. So I don't really have any questions for you, Mr. Best. Thank you so much for the work that you have done, and good luck to you. Madam Chair.
Ms. Chance?
So I'm gonna say, Madam Chair, you asked 3 questions, which is what I had, but I want to go back and ask Mr. Best. So you said programs improved your character. You used to be a follower. Now you're a leader, a mentor. And what I want to ask you is, when did that occur to you? Because it goes back to the decision you made when you turned around and fired at the police officer. So which of the programs that brought all that awareness to you, or was it more than one?
It was Tier 2 really touched me. I had a privilege of working alongside Mrs. Jacqueline Gordon, who was the addiction service counselor. And this woman was amazing. She come in, day out, and she just made a change. She didn't care who came. If it was 2 people in there, she was gonna call. And she called on me faithfully. And I went 5 days out of the week to set that room up with her, and she just drilled into me just things that I knew I needed to hear, these positive aspirations that I know I can get to. And she truly believed in me, and I never wanted to let her down because as much faith she put in me. So I knew I had to do everything that I had to do to be the man that I know that I could be, because she truly believed in me, and she told me every time that we sat and talked.
And so how do you think that you can give back in the name of the victim in this case? How can you demonstrate to him when you're back in the community that you have truly changed, your character is different, that when you go back and look at what that decision that you made, you knew it was a poor decision. So how can you go out and demonstrate to him?
Continue my
Go ahead.
Continue my outreach. I have a great calling on my life. I know that God is guiding me. He's kept me all these years. He's motivated me. I've never drank in here. I've never done any type of drug in here. I know that this is a place for me to continuously to uplift myself and build my structure from within. It's one thing being locked up physically, but to be mentally and emotionally and spiritually locked up, I can't allow that. So I have freed myself in those three aspects: mentally, spiritually, and emotionally. And that's going to allow for me to go home and transcend that into my community where I can be of service.
And if I remember correctly, so when you go back in the community, are you going to, I know you said that your father is ill now and
Yes.
your sister is in charge of all its medical. So are you going to go back and work as a CNA to take care of your father?
Yes, I currently have the plans for that, to be his full-time caretaker. He's 83 right now, so I understand that it's going to come a time when he's going to pass, but I have other opportunities to work in hospitals and in care services when that time comes.
You know, my other question was where you were gonna do your volunteer work, but you have indicated where they are. Now, you're currently in CCAR. When do you finish being a recovery coach, or do you have to continue that in the community?
I would have to continue that in the community.
Okay. I don't think I have any other questions because you have certainly, have a lot of different options for if and when you go back in the community. And I know you talked about possible employment at Hartford Hospital or Yale New Haven. So you seem to have that pretty much worked out. You also want to go out and be a recovery coach. Now, to be a recovery coach, does that mean that, because you have not talked about how you're going to address your addiction, so do you have to also have a relapse prevention plan?
See, coming home, I know that there's still work done. The thing that is, I have everything figured out. I know that's foolish. I know there's more work to be done. I have counseling that I still have to do. There's things that I'm still dealing with eternally that has happened to me in here that I know that I have to get therapy for. So it's just one day at a time, just gradually, continuously finding myself as the man that I am. So it's just one day at a time.
I just want to make sure that a lot of times when people say, you want to be a mentor here, you want to go back and be a recovery coach for other, and, there's a list of 10 things for them, but there's to do for other people, but nothing for themselves. And so I just want to make sure that you have identified personally what you have to do in order to take care of your needs first.
Yes. So I'm doing that too.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm all set, Madam Chair. Thank you for answering my two questions, Mr. Betts.
So Mr. Best, you wanted to go to your cousins in New Haven. Are you aware that your cousin is not able to sponsor you?
Yes,
Okay. And do you have a secondary sponsor?
yes.
Who would that be?
My cousin Felicia Peterson.
And where does that cousin live?
She lives in Bridgeport.
Okay. And your dad is living where?
My biological father is in Bridgeport. And my foster father is in West Haven.
Okay. And who is the one that is ill?
That's my foster father. He's in West Haven.
In West Haven. Okay. So as the caregiver under the program that's in place for family members, you would live there.
I would be able to take the train back and forth because my sponsor is in New Haven, is in Bridgeport.
Okay. All right. And you might, under supervision, be able to change that.
Okay.
I was pleased to see when you had named your New Haven cousin, because I really think you need to stay out of Bridgeport. And my other question, between C-CAR, and I know you've only been in it a month, and Tier 2, as well as aftercare, I'm wondering what you learned about PCP, because you identified that when you were interviewed by Officer Wangertsman as your drug of choice, and something that, you picked up between the ages of 11 and 13. That's incredibly young. What did you learn about PCP?
How it distorts your mind and it causes you to do all type of things that you normally wouldn't do. I've seen individuals that have eaten brain and killed people on PCP. So I'm glad that I wasn't far off as these individuals that are sitting in writing.
Right, but you were using that drug every day.
Yes, and I didn't lose my mind.
Even if you didn't start that till 13, you committed this crime at 19, almost 19. So that's already, perhaps it didn't become a daily habit until a little bit later. But why I'm asking you is because it's not just the power of what that drug does when you're under the immediate influence, but it's important for you to appreciate that that drug does permanent damage to the structure of your brain in ways that your brain cannot recover. So it's incredibly dangerous to pick that drug up. And we don't even yet know what the long-term impacts as we age are on people who were chronic users in terms of dementia and Alzheimer's and things like that. So it is one of the red flags for me when I see that. It causes great concern because it's so highly addictive and it is so destructive to the structure of your brain. So I wanted to make sure you appreciated that as you look at your own recovery issues. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So at this point, we're going to turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services. Ms. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. I had the opportunity to speak with the victim of this case, and he wishes for me to read this statement on his behalf. And it reads like this. Good afternoon, board members. If the corrections facility and you as the board members feel that his rehabilitation is to be a positive one, that he is a changed man, and that he will be a positive person to society, I am okay with him being granted parole. However, if he hasn't changed at all and still has the same mindset, I will let you decide at your discretion. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is all that I have for this case.
Thank you so much, especially for all your efforts today.
You're welcome. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I want to take a moment, Mr. Best, to reflect on what you just heard, because you have been given grace. I fully expected that officer to oppose fundamentally your release. And I'm hoping that the officer has listened to the hearing and knows that we make with great confidence acknowledgement of your rehabilitation. And these are efforts that were self-guided. So take a minute and appreciate that, because it's been a long time coming, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I thank the officer for that profound position.
At this time, each of the attorneys will be afforded an opportunity to make a statement. We'll begin with State's Attorney Coyne. If you have any statements or comments you'd like to make, you may do so now.
Thank you. Members of the board, the state just wants to make its position known. We also had contact with Patrol Officer Jesse Pizarro. He retired last week. He did want the board to also know, he's been in contact with our office today. He's aware it's going on, but he lives in pain every single day of his life. His right leg was struck by Mr. Best when he was at a fence and turned around and there was no way out. He couldn't get over the fence in time, so he turned around and he shot him. He's very lucky that he shot him where he shot him, because we probably wouldn't be here today if he'd shot him in any other position, an artery and a heart. So in some way, where you shot, the location, it saved you, and you're here today, as well as this officer, so he could be there available for his family. But he has a titanium rod in his right leg that he has had to endure. Every single day you've been incarcerated, every single day he's been in pain. So there's been suffering, even for the victim, at no fault of his own in the line of duty. I do find what Ms. Turner was stating as well, the mercy that he showed is admirable, but that's what I expect from my experience with law enforcement. They are noble. They do want the best for these people. Even when they arrest them, I never see ill will when they come in here. It's always noble, wanting the best for them when they are incarcerated or when they're released, because they don't want you back into prison, nor does the state of Connecticut. But I just had to add that because he is in pain and he's now going into retirement. And as all of us know, as we age, all those issues just get worse and worse as we age in the elderly, because all of us have cared for elderly parents and we know all the aches and pains that occur. And he's had to endure this even in his young years. I do want to highlight the drug addiction. It's a big concern for the state of Connecticut. You were up to 5 bags of PCP. You had self-reported that to the parole officer. I recognize that you have self-reported as well, that you didn't access anything in the prison, which is great. But I do agree with Ms. Turner that there is more addictive principles and properties associated with addicted PCP. And I am not in any way taking away from the horrible circumstances in which you endured as a child. It is horrible. It is tragic. It is trauma. It is everything. But your circumstances also led to a really bad decision, and it impacted many, many people. And you have recognized that here, but also one bad choice leads to another bad choice, leads to another bad choice. And my concern for you when you get out, because you haven't done any of that treatment, even in prison, to identify the psychological aspects of that addiction. And we deal with a lot of PCP addiction in this office. It concerns me because I don't see a system set up when you get out to keep you from those risk factors, because we want you to succeed. We really do. And another thing that was inconsistent for the state, when I was reading what you reported to the parole officer, you said, I don't want to go back to the old neighborhood. That's your north end. That's where you were living. But you're coming back to Bridgeport from what you've just stated. I don't know how that's possible. I don't know how you come back to Bridgeport and you're going to avoid the old neighborhood. I hope you do, but this is not a massive city. And it's all the things that you're fearful of. And I do believe that you are sincere when you say it, but all those risk factors that you're talking about are sitting right here. All of them, the people, the addiction, anything that you associate with all that negative stuff and all the amazing work that you've done while you've been incarcerated. I just fear for you that you're putting yourself in a higher risk situation. And I agree with Ms. Turner that I was relieved when I saw the New Haven, and then I saw that that wasn't a possibility for you, which I thought would have been just from the experience I've had, I thought that would have been a better fit and less risk. The 27 DOC tickets, I think it's great you haven't had one from 2016, but who knows, what types of psychological things were coming off of a 5-bag day of PCP. I mean, usage, that's a lot. And from the time you started taking it, I think you told the parole officer was 11 and 13. It's unbelievable, honestly, like, what you've endured. But also you made poor choices too. And I guess that's my fear, is that you've got fighting and disobeying direct orders, and it's all like combative and non-compliance, even as early as 2016. So I have to put that on the record as well. I recognize you were 17 years at the age of the crime, but you had an entire decade of drug use, which is unreal. But I would say that also remorse and words of remorse and things that you do in a restrictive setting are great. Making amends, I think some of the board members have said, while you're in prison. But the real test of demonstrating remorse, in the state's opinion, is what your future holds, is what you're going to do and your actions that you take with that remorse that you feel, how you've stated you've impacted society or the victim. And I'm rooting for you. I am. The state's rooting for you. Also, I was actually comparing your booking photo at 17 to your photo now in your late 30s, and that's tragic right there. I was looking at this young, healthy, young man, entering prison at that age, and I found it tragic. And I just hope that there is a clear plan laid out for you when you get out. You're talking about CNA. You want to be a mentor. You want to help out your aging adoptive father in West Haven. The reports that adoptive father, you're saying foster parent, regardless, whatever, this person has a major impact in your life. I feel like there's a lot going on there, and I hope that you have the right support system set up for you to succeed. But based on the egregiousness of the crime and his serious injuries that the officer sustained, we're opposed to the modification, but I don't want all the work and the effort that you've done. I don't want you to think that's lost on the state. We're rooting for you, and I hope you do well when you come out.
Thank you. Attorney Petit, if you have any comments or final remarks you'd like to make, you may do so now.
Yes, I'll keep it brief. Thank you. And thank you again, board members, for this opportunity for Mr. Best to go in front of you today. I want to first acknowledge again, Officer Pizarro, and just thank him for his grace. I know that for Mr. Best, that means the world, even if it's not necessarily forgiveness, but just acknowledging that Mr. Best could have changed, and that, I hope that the person you see in front of you today is someone that has changed. I know that even though Officer Pizarro did not die, obviously the injuries were lifelong, whether you're going through a metal detector, trying to run, anything, everyday life is obviously affected by that. So I just want to send my condolences to him and his family, and again, thank him for his statement today. So as you see, Mr. Best has really taken the past 20 years to rehabilitate himself. He and I have had a lot of conversations about his actions that day with Officer Pizarro. I've never seen a lack of remorse from him, just in the conversations between the two of us. I think he has so much gratefulness for the path that led him to who he is today, but he's always been aware of the fact that where he is today was sparked because of the terrible actions he took against Officer Pizarro. As you know, in the packet, Mr. Best had a really tough childhood. He was born into drug abuse, prison, his father was in prison. And then as a toddler, he was adopted, but he continued to suffer abuse at the hands of his adoptive parents as well. So even as a young child, he didn't have that nurturing and that love that a child necessarily needs to succeed in the world. He suffered abuse at the hands of more people as he aged, and he eventually fell into the wrong crowd, as so many of us do. Unfortunately, he made choices worse than most of us make. But I think that it was really the root of it was a scared, angry boy who was just not given the opportunities that most of us get. And he was 18 years old, so he was an adult. But I would just, as you know, an 18-year-old often has the same characteristics as a juvenile. He was reactive. He wasn't thinking about the long-term consequences. He wasn't thinking about anyone but himself in that moment that he shot the gun. And he's aware of that now. Now, since he has been incarcerated, as you know, he's taken many programs. I think that one of the programs that he took, or I believe there were two, the fatherhood programs. I just think that it really is a testament to who he is, because he is not a father. He took those programs in the hopes that one day he can be a father. And I think that it also gave him some insight on his own parents and how some of their actions may have affected him. And it gave him the capacity to forgive them for the abuse he had endured, which I think was a big part of how he was able to forgive himself and how he has been able to grow and become the leader and the mentor that he is today. If you'll see in the packet, he was awarded the Daryl Stark Award recently, which was voted on by all the inmates within his community. And I think that, yes, I think that really speaks to who he is within his community in here. He's reliable, he is a mentor, he's understanding, all those things that you would look for in an individual who can serve their community rather than take away from it. Now,
Attorney Pettit?
Yes.
Can I just add, so sure. This is an award that's voted on not just by those in the unit, but by the unit counselor and the unit manager. And it is for exhibited selflessness, assertiveness, courteousness, reliability, integrity, friendliness, intellect, caring, and enthusiasm. That's remarkable.
Yes, thank you. I think it really is remarkable, and it just says a lot about who he is. And again, he was a CNA. He is a CNA now. He became a CNA back in 2022. And I think it's something that a lot of people couldn't handle even in prison or out of prison. It takes a special person to be able to do that kind of work. And he really, I can tell that he just is passionate about it and he loves it. And he is thrilled to be able to continue that at whatever point he is released. He does have plans to become a CNA for his father, but he also has multiple sisters who are in the medical field that are in the New Haven, West Haven area. And I've spoken with them and they have indicated to me that they are more than willing to help him find other employment as a CNA if he needs it. They also indicated to me that they can offer him rides in between New Haven, West Haven, and Bridgeport. Unfortunately, the home that he was going to live in New Haven, she is not able to sponsor him. But I did speak with his cousin Felicia, who is in Bridgeport, and she indicated that he can live with her. And I know ideally you would like him to stay out of Bridgeport. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a family member in New Haven willing to house him right now, but I think that he has indicated that he has no desire to interact with the people that he used to interact with. Obviously, if he were to come across them, he could say hello and just go on about his day. At least for me, I don't see him having any desire to go back into that environment more than he has to. He also, so as for substance abuse treatment, I had Dr. Frazier speak with him and draft a report that was included in his packet. And Dr. Frazier provided him with information about enrolling in not only therapy, but also substance abuse treatment. And that's at the Cornell Scott Care Center, I believe, which is in New Haven. So he has contacts for that. He's planning to set that up as soon as he gets out, because like he acknowledged, it's an ongoing process and the rehabilitation does not stop once he gets out of prison. He knows that he has a long journey to go, but he's ready for that next step if the board is willing to grant that today. Finally, I want to note that I met Mr. Best about a year ago. He truly is a humble, passionate, just caring person. Everything that he says is intentional, and I can really see that he cares about his community so much and about affecting that change in his community, because for a long time he was not doing that. And I think he's really found himself, and he wants to give back to the community that he once took from. So I would just ask the board to grant his parole today. I think that he's a perfect candidate for it, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, so if you'll all just give us a few minutes to discuss Mr. Best's case, we'll have a decision for you shortly. So I began on this journey, and I read all the documents and found myself impressed by Mr. Best, and I am pleased to say that I'm not disappointed. And in addition to the grace that we've seen from the victim in this case, I want to acknowledge Attorney Coyne, because her words were very powerful and respectful of the efforts that you've put forth, Mr. Best, and she has thrown her support for your success behind you here at the hearing today, and I appreciate that, those remarks, and I hope that you appreciate her consideration as well. So, okay, getting back to our deliberation and talking with my colleagues. So, 24 DRs is not just a few. And I know that Mr. Best came in at a rather young age, and we often see that settling in process, especially, when you're not even 20 and you're facing 27-year sentence. You can really give up hope and give up on yourself. And there may have been some of that in the beginning for Mr. Best. I think what really stands out for me in this case is that he, as I read, felt very strongly that he wanted both the officer and Bridgeport police to see that he was worth more, that he wanted to, in his own ways, make amends and gain their respect as somebody who could take a very difficult upbringing and senseless series of bad decisions and turn his life around. And I think we see that in Mr. Best. I could not be happier for him that he has found a vocation that speaks to him, that is rewarding, and that will help so many people out in the community as it has there in the facility. It wasn't an easy choice, I imagine, to navigate towards caring for those who are with compromised health, and he did it in a way, as he talked about, that restored their dignity, and that means a great deal. He's earned his high school diploma, CNA certification, and I agree with his attorney that he's ready for the next step in life. I think he's heard lots of admonitions and cautionary statements today from several different people about the power of addiction and his need to be mindful and actively working on his recovery so that he can achieve the things that he wants to in life. And so I say that very enthusiastically, I am voting for Mr. Best to be granted.
Madam Chair, I'm also going to be endorsing that as well. Discretionary parole today, for many of the reasons that you've just outlined, have just stated: his maturation, his program participation, how he presented himself today, the fact he's given back in the community he's in, the victims' race.
Oh, that was huge for me.
Yeah.
That was huge.
Yeah. So I am absolutely in favor of his discretionary parole. The comment he made about having to build himself mentally, spiritually, and emotionally, I thought was significant for me as well, that he could be able to do that now. I feel that way.
Ms. Chance.
So I absolutely agree with both of you. I truly want to commend the state's attorney, Attorney Coyne, because two of the very factors that he talked about was his addressing his own substance abuse was also of concern to me. And another concern for me was victims' input. And I am sitting here, it was just so unbelievable that the victim had the courage to write such a statement showing his support for Mr. Best today. And I just cannot thank him enough, because it speaks volumes to where the victim, even the state's attorney, and our panel today is on the same page about Mr. Best, about how well he has done. And, you know, I was fine with him going to New Haven, because that was the original sponsor that he had. So expressing a little bit of concern about going to Bridgeport and hoping that that will be addressed sometime after. But he has done exceptionally well. It's very rare that I come in with a grant, because I've never done that with a 23-169, because there are always issues and concern. But even with coming in that, I wondered what Officer Pizarro was going to say, and hearing from the state's attorney. So I'm just expressing my appreciation to the state's attorney and to the Officer Pizarro. And, you know, to thank his attorney for saying the same things that we have said today. So, Mr. Best, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
And I will add to that we wish Officer Pizarro a long and enjoyable retirement, and thank him for his service.
I will be calling him after, so I appreciate you saying that. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I have no contact with this co-defendant and no contact with the victim in this case. And I'd like to place Halfway House in the event that it's needed, because the latest sponsor is not yet confirmed.
Yeah, sounds good.
And I'm happy for Mr. Best that he will turn 40 out in the community.
Yes.
A little over a
Very
month.
soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, very soon.
Okay. So in the matter of Leonard Best, inmate number 296765, there's a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of January 24th, 2025, with the following conditions for your supervision: halfway house placement if needed, no contact with the victim initials JP, and no contact with your co-defendant, Errol Johnson. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations.
Good luck to you, Mr. Best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.